Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off your first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
Yo, 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 what's going on, everybody? It's your boy Trigger Mike. We are back with another one, another banger. It is Wednesday, September 21st, 2023. And we back, man. I'm here, came to chop it up with my people. Been gone for 2 days. Work is crazy, and that's the priority. This is how I feed my family. I got a job, multiple businesses, but what I'll tell you is working from home is cool. You get to spread out your work a lot. So you see, I come on, I do the show. That's because I work all morning, take a lunch break, do the show, pick up my kid, take them to do activities and enrichment, and then back on the grind. I'm usually sitting here. If I'm on a panel late at night, you'll see my head off to the side like this, responding to reports people sent me, giving my addition to projects, all that type of stuff. So work never stops. So yeah, it was just too much work for me the last 2 days. Could not get on with you, but it is really good to be back on with y'all today, man. Really good to be back on with y'all today. I came in with my nice bright red in honor of Mr. Let Go. Always wearing red and shit. It's my Nike golf shirt. I know I wear a lot of polo, but y'all got to get these golf shirts, man. Nice, breathable material. Expand your horizons. All right, this is a little premature. I did buy a little bit of golf wardrobe because last year I was supposed to start golf lessons, but I could not fit it in with my shooting schedule. And then my hand started acting up, in which I had surgery on to remove that ganglion cyst. So that's definitely on the list now. As it gets colder, cooler outdoors, and I need some indoor activity, I'm gonna go. They done built up Dick's Sporting Goods. Pause. Dick's Sporting Goods is no longer called that. It's like Dick's House of Sport. Pause again. But yeah, they got a golf pro there in the one in Katy. That man is known, and I've heard it like 3 times from three different golfers. There's a golf course in my neighborhood, and they put a putting green right here by my house. This neighborhood is awesome. If you're wondering, y'all got to come to the suburbs of Houston, Texas, man. This is some shit like you've never seen on earth. They got we were gonna build a house last year if the interest rates went down in a community in Katy. They're putting a beach, a crystal sand beach. I'm sorry, a white sand beach with crystal clear water in the neighborhood. Man-made beach. Go look it up. They already got 2 of them in the area. They got one in the north and one in Texas City. Put a damn beach in a neighborhood. Crazy, man. So gotta love the stuff they doing out here, man. But yep. I bought a golf wardrobe. I ain't been golfing yet. Haven't learned how to swing yet. None of that. That'll probably be either good or bad for my back. Who knows? Probably bad. I heard a golf swing is an unnatural swing, but I'm gonna get to it when I get to it. That's where most business deals are made. So that's where I need to be, on the golf course. All right. Pretty soon I'm gonna have a lot of money to play with. A lot of liquid cash. Amen. So I need to make some deals out yonder on those parts. That's where I hear the deals are made, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to all our fans of the Lapeef Network and the Trigger Mike Show. Salute to you, all international and national viewers, local, everybody in the Houston area, H-Town, stand up. That's where we at. Everybody in the Northwest, down south, Midwest, Southwest, West. All right. All my people in Arizona, California, what's up? I keep getting news that we just got viewers all over the place. So I'm very thankful for anybody that we get that wants to watch this show. All right. We are out here chilling. We are chilling. Appreciate y'all for coming through. Also got to do some housekeeping. So shout out to the sponsor, Tiege Hanley, 30% off, along with a free gift. The link is down in the description. Make sure you go get that uncomplicated skincare for men. I did do my regimen today. Looking good, feeling good. I do need a haircut, but that's tomorrow. I had a franchise meeting this morning. One step closer to getting this franchise opportunity. They don't just give this stuff to anybody, man. So let me speak to my black men real quick, man. Let me speak to my black men real quick. Let me speak to my black men real quick, man, because I'm going to tell you right now, my father was a stickler. He was a stickler. And then, most Nigerian men are like that. Want their children to do what they never did. And the worst part is that people are always talking about Africa and what people can't do there. Man, listen, Africa is eventually going to lose a lot of its talent. In fact, it already has. It does not reward talent there. There's nothing, not much an individual person can do about it. So they take their talent where it's going to be appreciated. That's why Africans, Nigerians especially, are all over the globe. I got cousins in Australia. I got a gang of cousins in the UK. Some of them probably watching right now. Shout out to the gang. And then it's only actually it's only actually my dad and his sister in the US. I got a lot of play cousins in the US, of course, originally from New York. Y'all know how that go. But no, it's just family wise, it's just my dad's kids and my aunt's kids that live here. So we spread out across the globe, man. But one thing my dad was a stickler for is keeping your nose clean, keep your record clean. And throughout your life, you're going to see bits and pieces where that's beneficial to you as a man. But as a black man, it is, in this country, priceless. When I showed y'all that stat, when I put that in the chat about 2 weeks ago, a lot of people, when I said it, didn't believe it was true. A white man with a felony gets more calls for interviews than a black man with a clean record. 30% of white men get called back if they have a clean record, 30% plus. 17% of white male felons get calls back. Whereas black men with a clean record who have equal education to that white man with a clean record only get called back less than half the time. And the white male felon gets called back more than him. That shit broke my heart. You know what I'm saying? I pride myself off being somebody who did it the right way. But if we're being honest, I would be the CEO of a company right now if I was a white man. I like to do things on my own. It takes a long time to bring businesses to scale. I'm somebody that was taught that watching my parents have their own business. So everybody celebrates the beginning of a business. I don't know why, because most businesses die. I'm going into year 3 of my business. All right. And definitely going into profitability, but I had the vision that it was going to take this long. Y'all celebrate in America. We celebrate when the business open. I want to celebrate your profitability. I want to celebrate you bringing the business to scale. I want to celebrate you opening a new location, moving to a bigger location to serve your customers, buying an office, hiring some employees, giving them employees health care. I want to celebrate that for you and your business, not the opening of a business. But yeah, my dad always preached, you got to do the right thing. You got to keep your record clean. The world, the universe, God, or whatever you believe in, crystals, reward people who keep their nose clean, who keep their record clean. And I got to tell you, I'm really proud of myself. These people looking at my finances, they're all up and through my business, my credit score. Right. Background check. What is that? Oh, he's a veteran too? You damn right. So I told my wife, and she's one of those worrier types. Do you think they're going to give us the franchise? We've done so much. I said, babe, if you not going to give it to me, then who you going to give it to? I was purpose built for this type of stuff. And I want black men to be like that too. I want more black men. One of the goals that I have, and I need y'all to put this in your thoughts and your prayers. One of the goals that I have is that now knowing what it takes to get one of these franchises, I want all my business owners, doesn't even need to be in healthcare, doesn't even need to be in therapy. I want to give you the cash gift at least a few times a year. I want to make a black male entrepreneur by giving them the cash gift to show the liquidity in order for them to get a franchise and start using their skills and using their dominance, using their prowess to create families. That is, I'm going to stop saying the other part of this saying because I'm literally tired of fighting with people on YouTube about what I mean. Sure, man. Frank, Brown brothers can get in too. But there's only one stipulation, bro. There's only one stipulation. Brown brothers can get in on this too. I believe this to my core. When you empower a man, we build families. So this is about building families. When men got all their ducks in a row and they got their shit together, we don't do that so we can establish independence. And yes, that was shade. I'm tired of this independent movement. We don't get all the resources we've ever had and start trying to establish independence. We build family. So this is a family building initiative. If I empower my brothers, they're going to want to be just like me. I'm tired of just saying I'm the embodiment of what I want to see in other black men. So I need to help them be that. Can I get an amen in the chat or something, or a one if you're not religious? Men build families. Give a man all he needs, and he will build a family. We keep on talking about community, but we left steps out. We left out a lot of steps. Keep on talking about community. You left out the most important step. Community is not a group of individuals as it's defined. And all of you people that love to use the dictionary, let me tell y'all something. The dictionary was written by a human being or a group of human beings. The more intelligent you are, let me give y'all my definition of smart versus my definition of intelligent. A smart person has an advanced ability to recall and recite information, but an intelligent person has an advanced ability to challenge ideas and information. I see myself as an intelligent person, and I will challenge that definition of community. The dictionary describes community as a group of individuals. I will add to that and challenge it and say a community is actually a group of families. If you believe what I just said, that a community in the reference, in the context that we speak of it, the black community is not a group of individuals. It's not a group of single moms. It's not a group of single dads. It's not a group of broken homes. It is a group of families. Put a one in the chat if you believe that. So I got to start a grassroots campaign, man. Probably going to launch it late next year because I got to get my stuff together. Got to get my franchise together. Get that off and running. Get patients in the door. And then we will look into this stuff that I'm talking about. But it is a dream of mine. All right. I understand that if you empower your brothers, if I give them the means, it's not beneficial for us to be out here like, yeah, you could do it, bro. Just be like me. That's terrible. That's terrible advice. I need to show you the way. I need to give you the playbook. And I'm going to teach you how to run the play. I've dedicated myself to that very mission and initiative. All right. But yeah, man, let's get into what we got to get to today because I got a meeting at 2. So I want to start this panel at some point so I can, go do what feeds the fam and all that. But man, how y'all doing today, man? I'm glad to be with y'all. All right. So today's topic is, I've been watching the YouTube streets, been very busy this week, but been trying to catch up. Today's topic is the gender war continues, part 2. We've already talked about this, but the more and more insight I gain and the more opinions that I sort through, people say the gender war is over, men won. Some people say the gender war is over, women won. I am sad to announce to you that the gender war is still alive and well. Let me address this comment, but that one of our chat people, Ari Nicole, says. She says, there isn't a gender war. It's imaginary smoke to keep men and women talking in circles. Aren't y'all dizzy? Ari Nicole, I beg to differ. Unfortunately, that's not true. The reason why there is still a gender war is because women are still spelling those timeless letters INDPEEDENT. Do you know what that means? They're still doing that shit and playing in our face with it. And I damn sure messed up the spelling. INDEPDENT. Do you know what that means? They're still behaving like they're independent. There's a lot of men, not the majority, but there's a group of men that still aren't stepping up to take care of their family. Fantasy, shut the hell up. I was trying to sing it. I can spell independent. Shut up. There's a lot of women in the house trying to renegotiate their gender role, but don't want their man to start renegotiating his. All of that shit is par for the course to tell you gender war is alive and well. As I've said on this broadcast many times, you think there's a modern way to do things. You think there's a modern way to raise children. You think there's a modern way to be in relationships and still respect your companion. There is not. The reason why things have been done a certain way since recorded history began is because that's the only shit that works. Y'all haven't got the message yet? That's the only thing that works. We keep looking at primitive cultures like these people weren't smart, like they couldn't observe human tendency and human behavior. They absolutely could, even without the words to articulate it. They created civilization. They created monogamy. They created all of this because it's what works. It'd be great to say, look, I'm going to be real with you. It'd be great to say men don't have to be monogamous. Some of y'all be slinging dick all around town if you aren't currently. But the one thing that we do know, and I believe we have irrefutable evidence for, is that a lot of babies going to come from that dick slinging that you're doing. If y'all don't leave me alone with this goddamn independent, do you want me to spell independent for you? INDEPENDENT. Damn. All right, there we go. It just in the song version is it got to go on cue. Leave me alone. I'm about to. Woo, if y'all was here, I'd smack y'all. Can't stand y'all. All right. What was I even saying, man? Y'all done messed me up. Y'all done messed me up. But let's talk about it, man. Let me give you some of the things that I've been thinking about as far as this gender war conversation is concerned. I have some real questions, and I want the chat to respond. I want you to send a super chat if you can. Show your support. I will be reading those aloud, and I will read every single super chat y'all send. I appreciate the support that you give to this show, and I want to show y'all that. Let me type this question out. The question on the table is, who wins in the gender war? I have a few ways I want to tackle this before I start bringing people up. I have a few ways I want to tackle this. Who wins in the gender war? Most of you in the chat are familiar with the saying and have heard throughout your life, more likely than once, nobody wins when the family feuds. Is that correct? Have you heard that? Nobody wins when the family feuds. Harmonic Universe actually we might be on to something. The government. The government. But let me tell you why I feel like nobody wins in this. It's not this racial It's not interracial, but this interethnic group. Within the ethnic group gender war that's going on. The black gender war. Nobody wins when the family feuds. This has different implications for men and it has different implications for women. That's an important lesson we have to teach to both sides. I'm not as scared for the men. In fact, if we really want to be real, nobody cares what happens to men. Nobody cares. Nobody's ever really cared. A man's situation is usually consequences of his own making, his own wrongdoing, his own right doing. All right. Whatever he begets in life is a consequence of what he put in it. Nobody's really worried about men in a gender war. Men that are able to seek out companions will do so no matter what. It don't matter if she Colombian, she black, she white. Have you not noticed that all a man got to do is get a salary, maybe clean himself up a bit, get a job in which he goes to every day, and some woman is going to want him? Y'all outnumber us in this country anyway. In this country, y'all outnumber us. So any win for the men in a gender war is actually a loss. Men, we got to start thinking about it this way. We lose either way. We lose either way, bruh. Let me tell you a little bit about what I was thinking and why I put this as the first question for today. I have been watching now. Well, let me just say this and I'll put up the next question. Nobody wins when the family feuds. That is a fact. There is no winner. And as far as finances are concerned, I do have something I want to share with you on that front. We are all talking about bossing up. We're always talking about what we can do by ourselves. But it's very silly to me, especially for women, why you would be talking about bossing up, talking about money made, talking about how much money you have, but you don't realize that the single woman will never be as financially endowed as the married woman. Do you even get that? That business you want to start, that franchise you want to start, that debt you need to be paid down. There are wives this very second who can do all of the above because their husband holds down everything else that's important. So there is no bigger wealth creator than marriage. There never will be for an individual person. Most people will not, 90 plus, like 95 plus of you will never be business owners. That's not even a bad thing. So all of this stuff that we talking about, if your inflated ego, your inflated sense of self is due to a job that you can lose any day now, you're not living right, bro. You're not living right. If this ego that you have is from a 9 to 5, I feel sorry for you. Boy, that's the thinnest air balloon I've ever seen. All it takes is one call to HR. Stick a pin in that damn balloon. Deflate that ego of yours. So all of these women that talk about bossing up and how much money you got, you ain't got more than a married woman does. Because the last I checked, 2 is always greater than 1. She can build anything off the back of her man, off the foundation of her man. She could pay off her student loans. Could you only imagine if you stop trying to look at the glamour? You could do whatever you want with your salary if you would just get with the man. And here's the funny thing about y'all, because I know what you're going to say. Well, all men aren't blah, blah, blah. If a man is taking care of himself, Y'all see where I'm going with this? They love to disparage dudes like dudes be sleeping on girls' couches. But what they don't realize is that if a well put together woman only has a complaint about all the couch surfing men that she dealt with, that says more about her than it does about the man. That's not even, such a small minority of men that could even do such a thing. Close your door to them. Give them the wrong phone number. What the hell are you doing consorting with such a man in the first goddamn place? That's what I want to know. Every single time y'all get up here and talk about these terrible situations y'all have found yourself in with men, I look to my left and over my right and I'm like, I don't know no niggas like that. Where do y'all find these dudes? I know. Y'all found them at Mocha Fest. Y'all found them at Clay on Sundays in the pool. I don't know what on earth made you think a substantive, functional, and productive relationship. And this goes for the men too. Did you see when she attracted you because she was bending over in a thong and she was shaking it? And I know. The booty is hypnotizing. Men, put a 1 in the chat if the booty still hypnotizes you. Okay? Booty is hypnotizing. Boom, 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 boom. In Africa, that's the mating call. Bring that shit over here, boy. That's what the women do. Like boom, 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 boom. Oh, okay. She's talking with her ass. She wants me to come say hello. So I get it. But you need to smarten up, dude. That's not your wife. That's not your girl. You think I would have approached my wife if that was the first thing I saw her doing? In fact, I'm gonna shut up just in case she watch it. She can't even twerk. Look, man, y'all need to start getting serious, bro. Nobody wins when the family feuds. Now, let me talk about this for a second. It's a lot of false prophets out here. And in this gender war, a lot of you are becoming spoils. A lot of y'all are becoming spoils of war. A lot of people are going to make money off your hurt. They see that you're distracted. They see that you're in pain. And they're going to take over your mind. This shit is all too real. Never thought I'd have seen the day when this would actually be a reality. The mind is very susceptible. And I'll just talk to the men. Let me tell you men something about who you allow to lead you anywhere. I understand that you want to be like your brothers. Every single one of us has a man that we look up to that we're like, I want to look exactly like he looks. I want to wear the watch he wear. I want to wear the cologne he wear. I want to iron my shirt like he does. I want to wear the sneakers he wears. But be mindful of who you're following. Be careful, men, not to follow men that only boast and brag about superficial things. Some of y'all are flying flashy ass dudes. Dudes of no substance. If the only thing he ever has to talk about is what car he drives, don't follow him. If the only thing he ever has to talk about are what chick he's smashing, don't follow him. They know how to sell you the game because they know that's what you ultimately want. Be careful not to follow men that cannot articulate the objectives of their teaching. Just ask anybody straight up. I've written curriculum for years for college students. The very first thing, this is even in my gun class for those of y'all that have taken it. The very first thing I want to do before I start teaching anything is to tell you what you get out of it. Articulate your objectives. All your mentors, all your homeboys, your big homies, your OGs, go up to them if they're taking anything from you. Money, time, attention. Ask them straight up, what do I get from this? What do I get from listening to you? What's my end of the deal? Don't follow anybody that can't articulate their objective. Men in 2023, grown ass men, that person's objective needs to be self-improvement related, and it needs to involve service to your family and or your community. That's what I'm about. At the end of this, you will be a better leader. At the end of this, you will be a better father. At the end of this, you will be a better husband. At the end of this, you will know how to self-correct, which is a precursor to self-improvement. Run a background check on these niggas. I just saw it in the chat. Ninjas following Brother Polite willingly. Run a background check. Please stop following these false prophets, man. It is bad for us as a community. Because if you don't ask what you get out of the deal, you'll realize it's just a payday for them. What's your end of the bargain? Ladies, the reason why I'm so worried, I guess I could say, the reason I'm very worried is because you got to ask yourself what you get out of the deal. I know the mind of some ladies is very susceptible. You have been through so much hurt because of one man, and you're taking it out on all men. Shut up, Big Ant. Nobody. MLG knows what he knows. He knows what he knows. If you connect with him, run a background. Ask him what you get out of the deal. But ladies, I'm not even going to say y'all need to do a better job. What I'm telling y'all is that at the end of this, you're going to want to know what you get out of the deal. And I'm asking you more, a little different than I'm going to tell the men. Pick a side. That's all I'm going to say. What I've noticed in this community, probably for the better part of a decade, when it's convenient, some women want to be 304s. When it's convenient, some women want to be wifey material. I'm drawing a line in the sand. And I'm asking you to pick a side. One of the things that I've noticed repeatedly, on and on, over and over, one of the things that I've witnessed on multiple occasions is that women who have done wrong knowingly come back trying to reclaim their virtue. Why would you do that? I have no judgment for you doing what you're doing. Not really. I'm not about to be out here trying to change you. If you do what you do, if 304 behavior is what you do, and that's what you like to do, own that shit. That's all we're saying. I would like to know who's who. Men, if you would like to know who's who, if you want the good girls to stand on one side, the 304s to stand on the other side, and the ones who can barely decide which one they are, go ahead and stay in the middle. But pick a side. Pick a side. Hold on, let me get Lauren's comment right here. You're right. Both sides have the same argument. But that's not going to fly anymore. Both sides have the same argument. We're asking them to pick a side. And if you are found being an imposter, I encourage all men to just point and say, go over there. None shall judge you. But you've chosen your side. Your actions have dictated what side you want to be on. I'm clearly on the side of family. It is very clear through the way my life is made up what I stand for out here in these streets. I'm about family. I'm about raising my children under that covering. Because to me, nothing else works. It's the best. If there was something better than that, that's what I'd be doing. All right. Here's another one. As far as the gender war is concerned, there are a lot of divestors. If you've heard this talk of divesting from the Black community, go ahead and put a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat. If you've heard this talk of divesting from the Black community, put a one in the chat. This is very interesting talk to me because Black people are very unique. As you can obviously see from what's going on with Deion Sanders right now, probably Black people are the most unique people on earth. My dear friend, Didi says, you advocate for passport brothers, you promote divesting. Sadly enough, I wouldn't call myself a divester. I wouldn't call myself a divester because there's Black women everywhere, as a matter of fact. I encourage men and women, really, to go find culture, go find values, go find morals, because it's lost here. Go find it where it exists. Go find a suitable doctrine to follow, because the one we got is not working. I give no smoke to anybody that's single, that wants to stay that way, and wants to live their life in its entirety the way that you are. But the second you bring children into this world, you got a different mission. I cannot even believe the amount of women that complain about men, but act like they don't know who raised these motherfuckers. Y'all raised them. Absent of morals, values. Go find culture. Those of you who don't have kids yet, if that's what you desire, male or female, go find a culture by which to guide your family. Damn. Go find a culture. We lost a lot, man. Nobody wins in this goddamn gender war. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you something that I've recently stumbled across in my thoughts. I was reading the 12 Rules for Life by Jordan Peterson. I'm on like chapter 3, or forgetting what it's called. But one of the things that I want people to do is take a lot of introspection. It's a lot of blaming people out here. A lot of blaming, it's this person's fault, that person's fault, but do some introspection. As the book says, clean up your own room. Do some introspection, and I think you'll find fault. Not everybody was taught correctly, and it may sound a little dramatic, but I was taught that if you learn to blame yourself for everything that happens to you, you will start moving different in this life. I take either complete or part blame for everything that's happened to me. Everything that happens to me in my adult life. I know some of y'all are like, there's no way it could possibly be your fault all the time. It's just go ahead and do what I'm asking you to do. You'll start moving different. If you go out real late at night, you park your car somewhere in these H-Town streets, you're not supposed to park your damn car that late at night, and you get jacked on the way to the car, who could tell me whose fault that is? Oh my God, I got jacked. Oh my God, I got jacked. Why is this happening to me? The world. Oh, blame the world. Blame yourself. Learn to blame yourself. I bet you won't park in that part of town again. I bet you'll take an Uber to the venue and an Uber back to your car wherever you left it. You'll start moving different. We got to start moving different, man. This gender war shit, nobody wins when the family feuds, man. I promote family. Every single person in this chat at one point or another has complained about the opposite sex and the children that are currently running amok in these streets. Let's go all the way back to the beginning. Where do these children come from? Who raised them? Every person on this earth is a product. Their behavior is a manifestation of what they were or were not taught. Who taught you? Let me get these super chats real quick. My man, Marriage, Politics, and Sports, $5. No matter who wins, it's a FARC victory. My man, AP, $2. Whole bags and top 10% wins. You being funny. My man, Big Ant, says, Trigger Mike going to be on the couch tonight. All right, we're going to address this. This is some American shit, y'all. This is some American shit if I've ever seen it. I'm going to undo all this bad teaching that y'all been taught. And I'm going to drop this link. The panel could come up. It's your bed, bro. I can't even imagine my mother telling my father to get out of his own goddamn bed. Or much less his own house. We don't do that shit around here. That's disrespectful. I will never ask my wife, the mother of my children, to leave her own bed. I'm just going to sleep mad. Or if you got an attitude, you go to the damn couch. I'm not going to tell you to go to the damn couch. This, I know you joking, Big Ant. This is one of the problems we have in society. Legal separation is a problem for marriage. The fact that it's even an option is a problem for marriage. How do you expect to fix a problem apart from your companion? How do you expect to fix a problem when you ain't even in the damn house every day? Proximity matters. If I'm in the crib, we can talk this through. Legal separation is like avoidance behavior. What the hell? And again, the children suffer. The children suffer. You want to go to war with your companion, your wife, or your husband? They get out of the house. You think you won a battle? The children suffer. My children will suffer if they don't see me every day. I work in the house. I see them more than my wife. Her clinic is out the house. They will suffer. What's wrong with y'all? Didi, what's going on?
Hey.
Yo, King Spark! Yo, King Spark, I'm dropping you to you come back. I don't even want to know what you're doing right now. King Spark, what the hell was that, bro? Oh my God. Let me know when you're ready to come back up, because I don't even know what the hell is about to come on this camera. Oh my goodness. Nah, Spark, I don't trust you, bro. I don't trust you. I don't trust you, bro. Yo. Yep.
What's going on?
It's confirmed. You look like somebody that just released one. All right. We might give you a second to catch your breath.
Italian shit.
Oh boy, my guy King Spark, man. What are your opening thoughts, bro?
Ah, man, a lot of opening thoughts, bro. One of the ones is that this is why I think the religion is so dangerous because religion seems to absolve people from all accountability.
Mm.
And the part that you said about, blaming yourself, it's like once I had took, and people gonna hate this, but once I had removed religion from my life, once I had removed blaming God in a sense for everything that was happening to me, my life just took off, bro. It took off because there was nobody left but the dude in the mirror. For everything I went through, for everything that happened to me, it was just me. And once it came that way, it took off. You know, that's one opening thought. The other opening thought is who y'all have on the panel the other night? The lesbian.
Francella.
Oh man, it's just it's horrible because I hate when we come on the panel and I thought that the shooting shots at black man this, black man that. That's why black man this, black man that. I thought we was over with this shit.
You see the title, bro. It's clearly not over. Clearly not
It's just
over.
it's a shame, man. I think it's a shame, especially the way old girl was. She obviously seemed like she was real bitter about what had went on in her own situation, and she was determined to destroy black men because of it. And then she talks. I hate when they talk about black men as if we're this group of underachievers. Like
Mhm.
nobody exists. Like we're not successful. We're not well to do. We don't. Them people don't exist. All the black men is the black men ain't educated. They don't even respect education. Half of y'all ain't got the money to whatever, but half of y'all like come on, man. Like we don't use black women in that sense to just blanket everyone and say, okay, well we know we got black women over here on the corner doing A, B, C, D, and E, but we don't use that to describe them as a whole, the way they like
Yeah.
to do us. But anyway, we'll get into it. That's just a couple
You
things I
know,
thought about.
that sparked that Tyler Perry clip that I played. It sparked a lot of responses in the streets. And you know what I was thinking when I went a look again, because some people are using 2021's numbers, some people are 2021 and previous, some people are using 22 and 23's numbers. And one of the things I noticed is that we can stop using numbers. The black community will be in last place. Because if you don't notice, if your family isn't together, there's nothing you can do against every other ethnic group that values family. There's nothing you can do. They will out earn everybody. Okay, their kids will start getting educated. We have so many Mexicans flooding this country, so many South Americans flooding this country, and they're not just bringing people; they're bringing their values, they're bringing their work ethic. They will do whatever the hell you are doing for less than you are doing it in a few years. So you don't got to worry about black men in last place, black women in last place. You don't got to worry about that. We're gonna stay in last place until we fix this issue. So don't even look at that shit anymore. They are all going to surpass us in every category. Black women are this, don't matter. It don't matter. All of us gonna fucking lose. That's the math that I've done. All right. Didi, go ahead. You got it.
Well, I feel like a lot of this stuff has been conflated. When you guys say that you don't get in these spaces and demonize black women, I wholeheartedly disagree with that. That happens very often. If we talk about fixing things in the community, it's like, oh, well, you know who raised them, and then you guys will allude to that being black women. However, and these single mothers. However, you can't have it both ways where you say the single mothers raised them and then turn around and say you're the most active fathers. Well, then that means you raised them too. So obviously, we're both doing something wrong if that's the case.
Doesn't the statistics say the fathers that are in the home?
Oh, now you want to put about the fathers that are in the home.
Well,
Because any other time you
how
guys
can a
let
person
that
who is
statement
not hold
ride.
on? How can a person who is not involved with their kids be a part of that stat? That's my only point.
You could be involved with your kids and not live in the home.
Sure. And somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I've seen those numbers before, but even fathers who are not, or who either have custody of their kids or who are not married to the mother, are still considered the most active fathers. But by proportion, we also have the greatest single motherhood rate. So the ones that do fall off by the wayside, the ones that do end up going to jail, no matter what race they are, what we're saying in totality is 80%, I think, plus of prison inmates came from a single mother-led home. So that in itself is a problem. No matter how much father's involvement was there, my ultimate message is keep the family together. We don't like, women don't like when we talk about giving custody to dad. Women don't like when we talk about most of the felons come from your house. So guess what we default to? Keep the family together, and we ain't got to talk about that shit no more. All right, Payne.
You can put up my super chat, right? And because that's my answer. No matter who wins, it's a Pyrrhic victory. And for those folks out there who don't know what that means that the devastation by the victory is so deep, there's no real winners, right? So that's what a Pyrrhic victory is. So, I mean, I'm tired of arguing about this shit too. I mean, we both have shit to do, and it's just different things we need to do to take care of this so-called gender war. And it's over for some, by the way. For some men, the gender war is over. They're going to just let women go and do what the fuck they want to do. So there's no time to argue with it no more. And maybe that's a divested movement, or maybe it's not, because there's black women all over the world. And, so the point really is that you're looking for a woman or women who still have some virtue left. I say this all the time. It could come from a black woman or it could come from somebody else, here in America or elsewhere. If you're a man who wants to settle down and get married, that's what I am, you just have to find a woman who fits your criteria. But that doesn't mean you have to spend time beating the shit out of the other women who don't. You just move on. And I think that's where men need to be. And I guess that's where women need to be too. But they have a lot of baggage with them because they want men to conform to what they want. The notion that every man has to be a six-figure man is an unrealistic expectation on black men, because no man in any demographic is averaging over six figures. I wish we were. We'd be running this fucking place. Excuse my language. We'd be running everything if we were. So so when Tyler Perry said what he said, it was his anecdotal experience with black women who are the 1 to 5%. And the one thing with those women that they don't understand is they take the hypergamy with them. And this is what men understand. If I'm a 1 to 5% man, I already know I'm not going to find equally yoked women in abundance at that level.
Yeah,
I'm going to automatically look at women economically, at least under my station. That's what they all do. So women need to understand, if you're 1 to 5% women, which ain't that many of them, it's irrational to think there's going to be an abundance of 1 to 5% men available to you. It's just irrational thinking. And for somebody to be that successful and still think that there's this big fucking pool of men that black or white or otherwise they can choose from, is just being delusional, right? So the Tabitha Browns, who's multimillionaire, she found a man who was a police officer who has his stuff together as a man. And that has to be enough. That's what Tyler Perry was trying to talk about. I put a video on my channel talking about that very same thing, or where Tyler Perry was right and where he was wrong. And he was wrong about there's more black women making more money than black men. It's simply not true. I don't care whether you go to 2023 stats or not, but that's immaterial to the point.
But a police officer makes more than enough but a police officer pulls more than a life.
No. See, Dee, I'm not going to go to the eaches. It doesn't matter. He's not a multimillionaire. So the fact is,
That's not the
Well,
point. The
well,
point
okay,
is
wait, hold
that
on. You
the
can
thing about
hold
it
on
is
real
this:
quick.
wait a
Tyler
minute now.
Perry
Go ahead,
Wait a
go
was.
ahead.
second. Wait a
Go ahead,
second.
Didi.
Well,
Hold
I
on,
think
man.
you're
We'll let him
conflating.
finish.
I think
You
you're
got
trying to
it.
minimalize what Tyler
Hey,
Perry
Didi.
was saying.
So
No,
yeah,
no, I'm not.
I didn't know you.
No, I'm not.
I didn't know you were still going. Let him go, and then you get the rebuttal right after. Go ahead.
No, I'm not. I'm not minimizing anything. I'm not. I'm almost word for word heard what he said. I listened to the video many times. I'm not minimizing anything. First of all, the
Okay.
majority of black women don't make more money than black men. They just don't. Not on average. Not in the median. They just don't. He's
I
talking
think what you
about.
missed is the most.
Wait a minute. Now you can talk after I'm
Go ahead.
finished.
Go
You
ahead.
know.
You've been
So
talking for a
that's where
while.
I'm coming from. So every woman at that level has to rethink their thinking. You're not going to find a 1 to 5% men in abundance at that level, black or otherwise, period. So, so a police officer is not a multi-million-dollar man, and he doesn't necessarily make more than a plumber or a bus driver or anywhere else. Depends on what kind of job you have. So, I'll land it there so you can go ahead and say what you want to say. But, I don't want to get in a war with you. I mean, we all can look at this you could think what you want to think. But go ahead.
Okay. Well, the thing about it that what black women got most offended by was the whole notion in that this man we should be satisfied with this man only paying the light bill and being able to take us out to dinner occasionally.
So
That
silly.
right there, and the thing about it was, brother,
It
you
was being
dismissed that in its
figurative.
entirety.
All
Well,
right, hold on.
well, I'm
Let
getting
her
my
get it
point
out.
out now. Now you're interrupting.
Well, I just took my cues from you, honey bun. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, the point is, it's not acceptable for a man to only be able to afford a light bill and take you out to dinner occasionally. That's just not acceptable. And it doesn't matter whether or not he's a police officer or he's this multimillionaire man. A police officer should be paying more than the light bill.
So,
Wait
Just how
a
my bad. You
minute.
done, Didi?
Mike, let me finish so you can go ahead.
So
You
that's
can
what we
see,
more so got offended about.
you can see
Yeah.
the figurative example he used. And he wasn't saying, I mean, come on, we got to be more nuanced than that, Didi. I mean,
This
stop it.
Didi, I
All
got
right,
I
hold
got
on.
a question.
Let
I
me get
got a
in here real
question.
quick. Let me get in here real quick, Spark.
Go ahead.
So I have not heard one man, not one, agree with what the hell Tyler. First off, why the hell are we listening to Tyler Perry? I said this shit yesterday. That man is a billionaire. He is out of touch with anything going on with the average man, even more so the average woman. Okay, like he writes. I'm not gonna say fantasy, but he basically writes fiction. Okay, so naturally, whatever he sees, he reports. That man got no business saying what the hell he said. And I don't know any man worth his salt who is on his grind in any kind of way who would even feel comfortable paying just the goddamn light bill. So I say that to the men. No, I do not want my own daughter trying to live or give a relationship or give her abilities to a man who only wants to pay the fucking light bill. I don't want that. On the other side is women. Don't ever get your ass in a situation with a man who can only do that. That is not acceptable for you. Shit, I don't know a woman on earth that I would wish that on. Right? So I don't even hear men actually saying, yeah, that sounds like a good deal to me. That's a dumbass deal. And whoever take it is even dumber. So I agree with you, but I
But
don't see us. Go ahead, Spark.
here's a question. The question that I want to know is: it's always clear what we have to do. As men, we got to go above and beyond the call of duty. We got to win Purple Hearts and Medals of Honor and shit. All right. What I want to know is, what is the standard for the woman that makes her deserve or even put herself in a position to be getting anything from us in that way? Where do they have to be?
All
Do
right,
they have
so
to like
Well,
where
yeah.
do they have to
Hold on,
be?
hold on, hold on, hold
Who
on.
said you got to do all that Purple Heart Medal of Honor shit?
I mean, I'm just saying that's what's put out there, but I'm saying
Well, that's the
we don't never
expectation
talk
over here.
about that's the expectation.
Who
But
cares?
where do
Who
the
gives a
women
damn what
have
their
to?
expectations are? That's the problem. We care too much about what these women want. That's the issue
I
right
agree
I
with
there.
want,
that.
but I want to know. I agree with that as well. I just want to know, where do the women have to be? What do they need to be on? What type of, because even these same women that y'all talk about that may have a couple dollars or whatever, they're not necessarily complete women. They don't know how to run the household. They don't know how to cook a goddamn, know how to boil water halfway.
So
And y'all talking about them like, and that's not where our equality is. Our equality doesn't lie in our wage. That doesn't make us equal to each other, nor does it make us compatible or equally yoked. Just because we have a similar wage.
Speak for yourself.
go ahead, Trey. You got it.
Go ahead, Trey.
Listen, I'm not listening to Tyler Perry. I would never listen to a man who spilled his entire career off of caping for women and at times acting like a woman himself. So everything he says to me goes through one ear and out the other. I could give a damn what Tyler Perry says. I will say this though. When it comes to gender wars, let's war. Let's do it. I'm all for the war. Because at the end of the day, the women lose. And they know they will lose. And you will lose badly, and you lose poorly, and you will be embarrassed. But let's do it. Because as a black man, there's not a place I can't go on this planet that the women won't want me. That's just how it works for me. Black women are going to struggle. And eventually, if you continue down this path, you will be eradicated. There will be no more black women. And all of us will be with women of other ethnicities and races. And there'll be a whole bunch of mixed kids out here. So let's war. Let's do it. I'm all for it. Let's go, black ladies. Let's play the game. Because you lose. You know what it's like? It's like when me and my son play games and I already know I'm going to win. So I'm just like, all right, well, let's just go at it then. And he's going to talk trash the entire time while he's steady losing. I think black women need to take a second, lose this inflated sense of self-worth, humble themselves, and realize that you are in last place of everything for a reason. But it can be fixed. All you got to do is just tag yourself to the right man. You can fix the problem. You got to do it the right way. But they choose not to, so let them fail. And your education and all the money you make and are claiming to make ain't gonna save you because men don't give a damn about it.
What you gave just now, Trey, is the harsh truth. And the worst part about it is it's the one bitter pill most people, forget black women, don't even want to swallow because but that shit is so true because that's what I meant when I said put yourself up against the men in your ethnic group. Go ahead and turn over. The worst part about it is that too many black women are going to be left on radical feminist island when the last plane leaves. White women have started using the Institute of Feminism they created, that they were a co-founder of, against you. They start using that shit against you. Like, look at these women who don't know how to cooperate. Who the fuck you think they're talking about? Ooh, sis, you need a man that can handle you. You must not be very peaceful. Who do you think they're talking to? They talking to you. They left you with the, I don't know, what do you say for women? They left you with your vagina in your hand and they dipped off back to their family. So this shit is kind of crazy, but there's something else I forgot to say in my monologue. I got a meeting in a few minutes, so I'm gonna jump off. But
and if
we got a battle. I'm sorry, go ahead, Trey, real quick.
No, I'm just saying if women thought about this logically, let's just think logically. If a man is going to back something, if I know, you're right, Kingsman. But if a man is going to back something, wouldn't we benefit from it? Like, just think about that. If we're going to back feminism, if we're going to back these things, right? Because that's what it took. Nothing would have happened unless men said, okay, we'll allow it. Doesn't that mean that somebody's going to benefit from it down the line? Because all feminism and sexual liberation did was benefit the rich men. That's all it did.
Yep.
It just benefited the rich men. So if they're going to back you, that's because they knew with the foresight that most men have to look ahead and say, oh, they want to do this. You want to be sexually liberated? Okay, cool. That means more box for everybody else. Sure, go right on ahead. They knew they were going to win this, and now I think we're starting to see the roosters, starting to, they're coming home, and women are like, wait. I think we got tricked here. Yeah, you did. And the men are sitting back clapping and laughing. Once I realized this whole thing, I was like, oh, so the trick is I just got to go get more money? Cool, not a problem. That's not hard to do. Put you in a completely different bracket.
Selena Shepard says, $5. Appreciate the love. Gender wars are for the proud and arrogant. Dope conversation. I'm here for it. All right. Appreciate that. Shout out to Gabe Joby. Became a member of the Green Gang. Salute to you, man. Thank you for showing your support to the Lapeef Network. All right, man. So I'm about to play a video. There's one thing that I forgot to mention, and I want y'all to chop it up about while I'm offline real quick. There is a battle in the gender war. One of the most significant battles being played out right now is the battle of narrative. There are a lot of false narratives. And literally what it is that, and this is one of the things I hate. I hate this about educated people. One of the things that I hate about educated people is that they don't understand their power. I know that when a young black boy looks at me and he sees me with my family, you know, he see like, oh, his hair is cut somewhat sort of like mine. Oh, this dude a little fly. He got a fly lady. Look at his clean kids. They're going to want to be like me. I understand what I represent at all times. So what I really hate, and I'm sorry, Didi, this is especially on the women's side, is that so many well put together women are purposely spewing out false narratives. You know that they know that they're doing it, but they're doing it either to win an argument, they're doing it because they don't want to lose, you know, in the game of life. They're just putting out a false narrative to have something to talk about. One of the biggest false narratives is that we expect black women to build a man. That they always saying that shit like, why are we expected to build up a man? Nobody's expecting you to build up a man. We are expecting you to build with your man. Every single woman, like, go ask a married woman. Stop asking these single women, how did you get what you have? Oh, I was there from the beginning. I was there when he was trying to find money for books in college. Or I was there when he was buying tools so he could become a plumber. Like, listen to the building stories that every other group has. Nobody asking you to build up a man. Don't you have to work a job long enough to reap the benefits? Don't they make you wait 90 days before you even eligible? You always have to build up time, build up trust to reap a benefit. Nobody's asking you, but let me show y'all the video that sparked this, and then I'm gonna drop down and let y'all have it for a little bit.
Black women are the only group that's being asked to build men up financially. Like, I just really want men to drop down in the comments and help me understand this, because I don't hear my white brothers, I don't hear my Asian brothers, the Latin brothers, I don't hear my Indian or Arab kings out here asking their woman to build them up financially. I don't hear that. In fact, in a lot of cultures around the world, you can't even marry as a man if you don't have your bread together. So why are black women being told we need to help upbuild? Why are we being told we need to ride or die? Why do we have to settle for struggle love? I don't understand it. I also know women who have been with men who didn't have anything, built them up, and as soon as they got on, guess what they did? Leave. So this life that you were promised after he got all built up, you no longer have. And you know what makes me sad about it is black women are called masculine and, oh, you focus too much on your careers and blah, blah, blah. Well, how would we focus on anything else if, one, we have to help black men with the money, and number two, if we know that y'all will peace out once you get the money, the only thing we have to stand on is the money. Do you see?
You see that bullshit
She's
I'm talking
retarded.
about? She, like, all of that.
What
False
planet
narrative.
is she from?
She is retarded.
After false narrative.
What planet is she from?
There is a myth. I got to jump off in a second. There is a myth out there that when you see a white man, an Indian man, they don't talk about it because their women are too busy doing it. Their women are been playing the same position they have been in the whole time. One thing that black women keep looking at is they keep looking at a finished product, but they don't concern themselves with how that woman got there in the first goddamn place. Most women work.
Mike, all you gotta do is go to the carry out.
Yeah, 90% of women work.
Like, I got a job
That
offer,
woman at the
so let's
carry
go.
out at the desk been there since you were a kid, probably working that same goddamn job with her man. Talking about women.
Look at the Spanish man. The Spanish man working on the construction site, and guess who changing the signs? They women. The women are changing the signs. The carry out right here next door is the lady at the register, the men cooking in the back. So what the hell is she talking about? And furthermore, it was a time in my life I was selling a newspaper in affluent neighborhoods in Houston. I was in Cypress, River Oaks, Katy, all these type of places, right? I run into this young white couple with 2 kids, right? So I do my little pitch or whatever, and the guy says, "Oh man, I'm okay, man. Her father gets the paper." And I was like, "Well, isn't it kind of inconvenient? You got to go over to her father's house every morning to get your paper. You get your own paper." He said, "No. We live with her father." I was like, "Oh." So that means that they take care of themselves to a point where they can live under the roof with the father, with their kids, until they get their shit together enough to move out on their own. So why do they not think that people are building and people are waiting and building with each other? That's crazy to even think that shit. But go ahead.
All right, I'm about to dip out real quick. I'll be back. So the question on the floor is, what false narratives are being told in this gender war? Because that to me is probably the biggest one. Let me
Can
get to this super chat real quick. My man EBD, $5. All women in other cultures were not raised under the belief that they don't need a man. They understand a man's value and will be supportive. That is very true. I'm gonna see if I can download this video that
can
actually supports that. But Trey, go ahead, take it away.
Look, this is another one of the things that is ailing our community is that there's this thought that men want black women to help them build a. I don't know. I don't come from that. I've never been around the men that these women are talking about. I don't know what they're talking about. Let me tell you what I think this is. What I think this is that the expectations that black women have on black men are so unrealistic that black men are just finally saying, well, if you want that type of lifestyle, then you need to help me build it then, because I can't do that alone. Black men cannot just randomly go out here and go make $500,000 a year. That's unrealistic and silly. But that's the lifestyle she wants. Like I said before, feminism and sexual liberation only benefited one group of men, the higher class. So if all the women are chasing the top 1% of men, then his thought process is, oh, well, I want that 1% man too. Well, that's impossible. So black men are telling the women, well, if that's what you want, then you need to help me. You need to help get in on this. And now it's starting to backfire. So now the women feel like, oh, I got to help you build. No, if you wanted a normal, regular, realistic lifestyle, I wouldn't need your help at all. But if you're talking about a lifestyle which should be considered top tier, then yeah, I don't make $300,000 a year. I cannot give you that lifestyle. But if that's what you want, then you need to pitch in so you can have the lifestyle that you want. Otherwise, quit your fucking complaining.
Hey, how y'all doing, man? It's good to see
All
y'all.
right, all right.
All right, all right.
When I hear women like that are talking in that video, there are black women that come to these conversations in good faith, but the vast majority of them do not. And quite frankly, I've been listening to this stuff about 3 years since Kevin Samuels came to prominence, and I just lost patience with it. I'm at the point, because really what black women like that, what they're really saying is, you niggas ain't shit. So if I am saying what I think black men and that should start doing, it's fine. I agree. We ain't shit. So either go date a man of another race or just go eat some pussy and leave me alone. At this point, that's where it's at, because there is no compromise. There is no coming to a realistic resolution. So I think black men on large should start telling these unrealistic, these delusional women, date out or eat pussy. That's my thoughts.
Didi, did you go?
No, I didn't. Okay, so when we want to talk about what false narratives are being put out here, if you go for a man's potential and that you actually do this building with him, that these things are going to, you know, pan out for you and turn out, a happily ever after. And that's not the case. Um, Building with a man and all of that stuff, that's what you tell women who are in college and stuff like that. Even with the example that Mike had used about, oh, I see successful women, how did they, get their men and stuff? And then they say, oh, I was with him when he was getting his education and he was getting his tools for plumbing. These are things that obviously this man was young when he was doing these things, and you met them when you were young. So to tell a 30-year-old woman that, or a woman that's over 30, that serves her no good. She's past that time. And a man at that age that she's going to be dealing with should already be established within his career. So you have different expectations at different ages. Um, if you're talking about building with a man, well, at some point, a woman needs to be able to develop skills that will be useful for building with a man. So at what point will she build these skills if she doesn't work on herself? So I think we need to stop, demonizing women for going to get educations and saying, oh, they don't matter. If how you can't expect anybody to be able to build with you if they don't have no skill set. That's just all to it. Also, if a woman wants provision, that we're gold diggers, that needs to stop. That's a false narrative. That is, we don't all want these $500,000 a year making men. It's just fine if a man makes $100,000 a year. Even some women are just fine with a man making, $75,000 a year. Every woman is going to vary, but everybody's not going after these $500,000 men. It's not realistic. We know that these are not the men that we traditionally see in our communities, but we do expect you to do more than a light bill and things of that nature. And yeah, that's that.
I don't know. Did everybody else go? Listen. First of all, the narrative that women want men who make a lot of money comes from the women. It doesn't come from the men. So that's a false narrative. So I guess men do have false narratives, but I don't think men say they disparage women with education. They just say it doesn't matter to them as much as it matters to the women. But the false narrative that a woman builds with a man is just absolutely false, where they come out snake eyes. I mean, it just doesn't happen that way. Matter of fact, men are very loyal to their ladies. If you help a guy actually go over the hump, the vast majority of men will never leave. That's what men do. We don't leave for the most part. If you're a good woman, we don't just throw them out. I mean, that's not you. So we're looking at anecdotal experience, but also experience in general. If a man is cleaved to a woman and she helped him do something, he's not just throwing her out. You just don't do that for the most part. What the big issue is, most black women, not most, I don't want to use that, too many black women take bum dudes. The guys are bums. And y'all have babies by these dudes. And then when you hit 30 and 35, you expect a guy who's on his grind to make right for all of those bad dudes that you have with all that trauma and all that bullshit that you accumulated in your 20s. When people talk about building with a man, they're talking about cleaving to the dude when you're both young. That's why the white girls are at the NBA and the NFL draft days with their man, because they understand that, you know what, it's time to grab these guys when they don't have shit, and the potential of that. Where are the sisters at? Because sisters say, I don't want to be around these guys. So a lot of other women go to college to find husbands. They still go through their professions. Wait a minute now. They still go to get their professions, but they find men to cleave to. That's why there's a lot of white doctor females who have husbands. There's a lot of professional women who have husbands.
Okay, here's the thing. When you're talking about those professional players and stuff like that, we're talking about Division I schools. And a lot of times, even when in the recruitment, they are showing these young men white women and women, young white women.
So like these men don't know that black women exist. Come on, Didi. They know that black women exist.
Yes, they exist. However, it's proximity. When you're in those circles,
you're not marrying the hoes that come to those things.
You're
marrying the women they find in school.
Black women, a lot of us
find a group. They ain't marrying the groupies. I mean, you're making these anecdotal things.
A lot of us black women are not in proximity to those type of men. That's just being realistic.
Y'all said you're the most enrolled.
Even if you were Didi, if you were in proximity, most black men still wouldn't marry out because of the stereotype that comes along. Y'all are bad for business. I'm just gonna be honest with you. When you're making millions of dollars, black women are bad for business. Travis Rudolph is a prime example. You could send 3 dudes over to my house to shoot up my house. You're bad for business.
Okay,
so a lot of men who make that kind of money are not willing to take that risk. They'd rather get with a white woman or a Latina, and they take that risk rather than being with a black woman. It may not be necessarily the truth, but it is what it is.
Black women. Your most successful relationships are with black women. Look at LeBron James.
You think you would consider that a successful relationship?
I would consider
you do know he cheats on her. You know that, right?
Yeah, and the majority
but
of
that's
them
successful.
And I'm sure some of you on this panel who also cheat.
I'm just asking you. But no, that's the relationship.
But I do
Didi, you use that as an example. And
you're
saying that's a successful relationship.
I'm going to say that that's a successful relationship, regardless of what they have decided that is okay inside of outside of their bedroom. They have made it work for them, and they present on a united front, at least for each other, and they're not out here really embarrassing each other.
These are not good examples.
They raise their kids.
These are not good examples because let's talk about the average people out there. You know, I mean, you know,
Sure.
because we could
Well,
tit
we
for
can talk
tat
about
each
average
other.
people. Mike and his wife,
We,
they're black.
we could tit for
Arcane,
tat
your
each
wife
other.
black?
Oh, you ask me?
Oh, yeah, your wife black?
Yeah, she's black.
Okay, so there we go. Another successful black couple. So we got
Oh yeah,
Arcane and his wife, Mike and his wife. We got successful black couples. You guys have more successful relationships with
yeah.
that
Of course we
than
do. That's
anybody
what I'm
else.
saying. That's why
You
we
guys
don't
don't
need
really
to
have
look at.
successful relationships with anybody else.
Who has the highest marriage rate? Black people or any other race?
Other races do,
Oh, okay.
sadly.
Okay, Gabe, man. What did you got, Gabe? You new up here. What you got
All
on the
right.
top?
So it's my first time on the show. I've been following
Welcome
Lapeef
aboard the Trigger Mike Show.
for a while. Yeah, thank you. So I wanna add into the conversation. Well, I wanna speak personally myself. You know, like my experience. So I met my wife when she was 28, and I was about 33. Okay, so I was in a field where I wasn't making a lot of money, but I have ambition to do better for myself, you know, to get into the healthcare field. While she was already a nurse. She was already making $100,000 like five years straight in a row, right? But the thing is, her family did not like the fact that she met me while I'm trying to figure out my life as far as like working towards my goal. So the sister, the mother, all of them were not agreeing with the fact that I'm not making as much money as her. But I've been working consistently in my life. I was making $45,000 a year, right? So, but she stuck with me. She believed in me, okay, until I graduated 3 years ago, and then now I'm making more money than her, and then now the family turned back around, showing me fake love and all of that. But because of, you know, the love she got for me and the belief she got for me, that's why I am still here. We're still married, you know. I mean, we married, we married about 2 years ago, but and then we have a daughter that's 3 years old now. So all of that is because of this black woman believed in me, and she knew that I was gonna become something that pushed me even further. Now I'm out here working and also in the healthcare field, doing travel, making more money, you know, and I'm able to see her every 2 weeks. You know, you see what I'm saying? That's just
Can I ask you a
because of,
question before?
Congratulations.
Can
That's
I ask you a question?
yeah,
Let me ask you a question before you go on. Are you thinking
yes,
about leaving her
yes.
now that you're successful?
Oh no, no. I told her that, look, everything that I'm working for, you the beneficiary. You know, even if I
Thank you.
decide to cheat, whatever, I'm gonna be smart about it because you've worked so hard to put me, I mean, not to put me, but you work so hard next to me and believe in me. If you leave me for whatever reason, you're going to lose everything that I work for, and I have a bigger plan in life, you know, to get our family situated in a better place. You
I
see
got
my
one more
point?
question. I got one
So
more question for you on that point, and I'll let you go.
yeah.
Do you appreciate the amount of pressure she was on by these other women not to marry you?
Oh
Do
yeah,
you
yeah,
understand
yeah.
what
I
kind of
mean,
pressure?
yeah, I mean, it was this close where I'm like, you know what, I'm done with this, because without her, it's gonna be harder for me to accomplish my goal. But I know I will, because I'm a man, and even if I had to sleep in my car, I'll get it done. But it's just that she believed and she understood what kind of a man she was dealing with. Even though I didn't have what I had at that time, but I have vision and I have ambition to get to my goal. You see my point?
Yeah, I do. I do.
So
Got any more? You
yeah.
got any more? What about the gender war? What do you think
Um.
about the gender war?
So the gender war. You know, this is America. I mean, I don't believe in, like, you know, I just feel like people got their life. You know what I mean? And you can live your life any way you want to live your life. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, if you want a community, you know what I mean, you we have to come together. You know what I mean? We have to come together,
I agree.
and then as black people, and as a as a black people and as a man and as a leader, I think we should stop all these nonsense about gender, male, like women making more than men, and you know what I'm saying. Even though you're making that type of an argument, you still gotta respect the man, because we protect, and then our goal, and then our our drive as men, we always want to do better, especially if we have a family. Women need to understand that,
Mr.
it's
Gabe,
our
can I
man
ask what color is
society.
she?
Oh yeah, she's African. She's black. I don't date outside of my race. You know what I mean? I've gone through different women. I have losses and all of that, but I still have a faith in black women. And the way I got this one was even harder, because, I didn't know what she was doing
Wait,
when
is
we
she
met.
African or is she
But
Black American?
no, she's African. But she came here when she was. I mean, she was raised here. You know what I mean? So
That's
she's
enough.
African,
Yeah,
but the culture. So
you break it up a
it
little bit.
doesn't matter. She know about America than Africa. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
at the end of the day, she was adopted in this culture. She, just like the brick lady, whatever, right? She's African,
shit,
but you know, you
great lady.
she's adopting the culture and then doing crazy stuff. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I love black women, and I know there are some good black women out there. You just gotta believe, because
Gotcha.
it's you know what I mean. Life is a choice, but just don't trash men out there, because like I said, 6 years ago, some women could have considered me trash, but I knew what I wanted, and these women held me down, and I'm making more, and then the family, everybody's surprised how the hell this guy did it. But I have faith, and she was right there. She believed in me, and we got it done. And I'm still
All
around.
right.
I'm still sticking around.
Oh, there you
Yeah.
go. Hey, Coach T,
What
you
what
up
what
next?
what are the odds of a black man finding an African woman that came over to this country when she was young? What are those odds?
Well, sir, that
Well,
depends on your passport.
yeah, but what
And
difference does that make to?
it
like
makes it
like
makes a
for
lot of
me,
difference.
like
Anytime I hear a black man tell
I
other
don't.
black men that this is what they should do, I always want to question their situation. His situation is unique, which is why I asked. So
Yeah,
what are the odds? What
yeah,
are the
and then
odds that more men are going to find themselves in the same unique situation as you, Gabe?
Because she was
I,
born in Africa.
I'm I'm I'm
And
saying, like,
respectfully, gentlemen, there's plenty of them in the ranks. I'm
Can we
retired
let Gabe?
military.
Can we let
it's
Gabe? The question's for Gabe. Can we
the
let Gabe
odds. I
answer?
mean, the
Okay,
odds is
go
just
ahead, Gabe. Go
like, for
ahead.
me, it's just like rolling. Yeah, for me, it's just like rolling a dice. You know what I mean? It's like it's. I mean, there's a lot of African women, who lives in America doing well for themselves, whatever. But for me, the type of women that I'm looking for, you know, it's always going to be what I want. It doesn't matter if you're, sure, I prefer black, you know what I mean? But if you could be African American or Belizean, Jamaican, or Brazilian, whatever, if you have those values, I'm gonna stick with you regardless. As long as as long as you my race, because for me, race come first. I'm African, and I'm black, and I'm always gonna be that way. So, for me, you know what I mean. If let's say this woman didn't help me down, whatever, I struggle leaving my car, get my situation clear, as far as, like, getting my degree and then still working in my field. I'm still gonna look, but I'm still gonna look for the women that I want, right? And if I can't find it here, of course I have options. I can go back to Africa, and guess what? When I'm out there too, I'm gonna look for what I want, you know. So at the end of the day, it's all what you want, and then what you're looking for in a woman, you know.
All right, Coach T, you up. Thanks, Gabe. Hang out and stick around.
Thank you.
Coach T, you up.
Yeah.
What you got on the topic?
Thanks, gentlemen. Give me just a moment. I am on site. So, very simple. The gender war. I didn't start it, but I'm damn sure engaged in this. And I'm tired of hearing the same false narrative from black women. You guys always tend to want to be there at the finish line and not be there while we're running the race. And that's the part that irritates me beyond measure. It's ridiculous. You can't cry, bitch, and moan about there's no eligible black men when you walk around with blinders on, or you focused on the same top tier men that every other woman outside of your ethnicity is competing for. The other part that I'm seeing, and I'm tired of seeing it and hearing it, is um, when these men decide to get with a woman that isn't black, suddenly he's forgotten who he is. No, he didn't. He is constantly reminded that he is a black man. I'm sorry, but these other women saw what you refused to see. That's the part that's my point of contention on this. All right. During my years in the military, when I was junior grade enlisted, girls wouldn't look at me 7 ways from Sunday. I got ghosted. I got made fun of for a couple of reasons. Number one, I have a degree of intelligence. I enunciate my words, but I was told I act white. I I love martial arts. I can't stand football or basketball. I can watch it, but it's boring to me. I like combat sports, but for some reason, black people don't do that sort of thing. And God forbid, when I got stationed in Germany and I really started rolling after the German ladies, I got looked at with a whole bunch of shade and side eye. Oh, you had to get you a schnitzel. Well, you had your chance stateside. Or I would ask, would you have given me the time of day stateside? Or are you more worried about what's on my collar? Because back then we wore rank on the collar before we changed to the combat uniforms we have now where it's on your chest. They're more worried about what's on my collar and what I got in the bank instead of who I am as a person. Black women as a collective, and I'm not saying every last one of you because I don't know every last one of you, but the actions of a few affect many, the actions of many affect a few. And in this case, ladies, your dysfunctional sisterhood made it difficult for black men who actually wanted to get with you to see you. So you know what? The truth is, you should have been getting at your dysfunctional sisterhood for poisoning the well instead of hitting brothers over the head for making an obvious choice that, hey, okay, why am I running after this gal here? She won't give me the time of day, but this gal over here sees me. She supports me. So that's one of the reasons why you see a lot of black men who have made it, as it were, not with sisters. There's a handful that are, but for the most part, from what I am seeing, from where I sit, that's not happening anymore. And to make matters worse, now, sisters, you cornered the market on black men in America and in the West. Now you got to compete with the rest of the world because these brothers are recognizing, wow, America ain't the only place to find a good black woman. Neither is the UK or anywhere in the West. Let me see what this passport can take me. It is starting to hurt their feelings. We're starting to see them return fire now by saying, "Oh, wait a minute! You can't sit there and tell me that I'm a poor and unintelligent person." There are people in these countries that are responding, and these sisters are getting an earful from these people. You know, one of y'all said it best that these non-black women see these men's potential. They give them the time of day. Something so simple as a smile, a hello, or they wanted to study with these men. Sisters, you had 50 plus years to do this. 50 plus years to fix this. Now, I'm a movie buff, so I'm going to use certain snippets from certain films. The film from Barbershop 3, where that one sister and Nicki Minaj's character get into it. That's what y'all should have been doing a long time ago instead of bashing black men. That's what should have happened. Y'all should have done the same thing with Oprah, Terry McMillan, and all these other shows that openly bashed black men. Black men were on the forefront. Y'all should have burned them books, How Stella Got Her Groove Back, and Waiting to Exhale, and actually started checking these authors because it sent a false narrative.
The Color Purple.
Thank you. I missed one. My whole point is that, and I use the film Strictly Business. All right, Wayman Tinsdale was after Halle Berry's character. She didn't even know he existed until somebody put him in front of her. That man had been standing there staring her right in the face. And there are plenty of brothers staring sisters like this right in the face, but they don't see him because they're rolling after Pookie, Tyrone, and Ray Ray. That's how I see this.
All right. Hey, listen,
Can I go next?
No, wait a minute. Ashton's up, man. Let him go. You go.
Cool.
Nah, Scamp can go. He said he got stuff to do.
Yeah, got
Ashton, you were supposed to go. That way he didn't have any time. Boy, you goofy.
And gentlemen, I'm on the clock, so my time is limited.
That's cool. Go ahead, Sim.
I believe the question is who wins in a gender war, or why are people still engaging in something like that?
Yep.
The truth is, the women in the gender war lose, the men in the gender war lose, and the kids lose, and anybody anywhere close to participating in it loses, except for the talking point mafia and the content creators who are selling the BS in the first place. They make money off of it. But talking points are stupid. The men are getting worse, the women are getting fatter, and it's the same thing, same talking points.
Can you explain how the men lose really quick?
Can I finish? War divorce, war child support.
No, because I know what he's gonna do. Can you just explain how the men are gonna lose? Can you explain how the men lose?
The same, how they lose. It's the same thing every day.
How?
The women.
Elaborate. How do they lose, sir?
How do men lose?
Because they're participating in the very thing that they complain about every day. Well, I hate baby mamas, but then they're raw dogging the same one. You don't have any actual
points.
That's not a loss.
No, you're not going to let me talk.
How do they lose? How do the men lose?
You're not going to let. Okay, you know what? You are correct. There's 50,000 scrambling women coming up here to go and get with the dudes crying about the women. As a matter of fact, the passport bros. When you go to your grocery store in the city you live in, all these black men got all these foreign wives speaking Spanish and Thai in the middle of the grocery store.
Have you ever traveled outside the United States, sir? Have you lived outside the United States? Please answer the question. Have you lived outside the United States? If so, where?
You're proving up.
How are you making this? How are you? Have you lived outside the United States? Have you lived outside the U.S.? Just answer the question. I've lived outside the United States. I've lived outside the United States, sir. What have you done?
Like you said,
what have you done?
They said they don't want
and
that's what they said.
And you can't answer. Give them a chance to answer.
You can't answer a question. You just right now, Mister. You're talking in circles. Right now, Mister. You're talking in circles. Right now, you're talking in circles. Right now, Mister. You're talking in circles, and you're walking around with blinders on.
Come on now, somebody got to call me.
The world is bigger than your own neighborhood, pal. The world is bigger than your own neighborhood, and I've seen it.
They're not gonna let me talk. You already know that.
Because you have nothing to talk about, mister. You know nothing. You know nothing.
If I was yelling at women, I could talk for 30 minutes.
We've heard this routine. You should go talk to the women, man.
All right, Jeff. Go ahead, Jeff. Take it away, Jeff.
If I was yelling, I get 30 minutes.
Take it away, Jeff.
No, hang on 1 second. You come up on a panel. He gets upset every time because you give us the same routine. We've heard this from you before. This is the same.
I'm not upset. I am an actor, fool.
You're doing the same bit.
It's a troll.
Yeah.
It's like a comedian that's on tour. You're just doing the same bit.
Then vote this dude out of here. Vote this guy out.
Drop it. If you want to beat me,
drop it.
All right, okay.
$5.
Uncle Jeff,
you can boot me for $5. $5. I'm on sale to get booted.
Hey, okay, Jeff, so let's go. Go ahead, Uncle Jeff, man.
$5.
I wanted to, what's up to the whole panel? But first and foremost, Coach, I want to thank you for your service. And I also, being a
much appreciated.
Prior service Marine, I want to explain to you the frustration that you are going to have in most of these conversations, because they are not only civilian, but they are civilian and feminine in nature, in that I keep trying to tell these people you can't drop a bomb on time. You can't get a squadron to leave on time with it depends and circular answer. You can't, that is not that's why military men come on here and have problems, because if the coach asks me a direct question, whether I like the answer or not, in order to get to resolve, I will answer his question.
I gotta drop. First. I'll be back eventually.
I will
get a new routine when you come back.
It'll be the
Thank
same
you.
thing, Trey.
No,
But y'all go
coach,
ahead.
he got
Tell
to
the ass
The
go.
out of
fuck
here.
out of
It'll
here.
be the same
He
thing.
got to go
I ain't gonna
because
lie.
Gusto, man,
the
let
level
him
of
finish, man.
accountability I'm discussing right now. The level of accountability I'm discussing. Okay, I
Hmm?
invite you to go back 3 weeks ago. I'm looking for it, where I epically torched this dude up here for this same shit because I hold men to a higher standard.
As
I
do
hold,
I.
brother. I have to qualify. I tell you what, people. Hopefully, me and Coach will disagree on something, and you'll see how a conversation is supposed to go with regard to agreement. Now, that aside, the question is, who wins in a gender war? It is my opinion that it is an ugly but very necessary war that, without question, men in general and black men specifically are going to emerge victorious. And the reason is this, and it's just kind of a recapping of what's been said here. It's just far more eloquent because it's me. Black women in this war, you have nothing to throw. You have no you have no munitions. You have no ground. And now you're even losing interest. We're losing interest with you. You don't have anything to negotiate with except the one thing that you could have if you dropped your pride: peace. That's the only thing you can negotiate with here. Oh, yeah, what about? Does not help you. Men do it too. Does not help you. I'm going to submit when I see the man. Let me explain something to you, sis. I want you to imagine a 2-lane highway in the middle of nowhere, and a man need gas. He ain't going to go to the gas station with the light out. The light got to be on first. Your submission light needs to be on first, and you just don't want to go first. And number 2, the chief thing killing you is the good ones among you, because the good ones among you will not separate yourself from the bad ones among you. You circle the wagons around them and defend their behavior when we point it out. You never go, wow, I never looked at it that way. What can I do to help? How can I fix it from my end? I never hear sisters say that. And until you do, it's going to have to get a little colder. It's going to have to get a little colder. We don't,
If I may, Marine, if I may just drop right in on your heels.
Jump in on it, man.
You're correct. You're correct. The one question, what can I do to help? And not only that,
Never hear it.
what? And then the only other question, they refuse to look themselves in the mirror. What did we do to push our men away? That's what I was getting to earlier. They have had 50 years to figure this out. We have been on the business end of being bashed via every form of modern mass media communications. And I've said this at Adam. And we in America have been force fed how badly they've got it. And we've suffered in silence, except for when we're on the business end of police misconduct or some sort of injustice of this nature. Then everybody notices us. Outside of that, we're quiet. We've been quiet as church mice up until the past decade. This is when the manosphere started up. This is when black men started to return fire. And now, the first warning shot, in my honest opinion, was a film called Diary of a Tired Black Man. That film is for free on YouTube right now, if you haven't seen it. I've watched that thing. I own a copy of it. It fell upon deaf ears. Even the women that were in that film that were being interviewed, quite a few of them refused to look themselves in the mirror, that it's always a man's fault that they're in the situation that they're in. No, women are the guardians of sex. You made that choice. You chose those men that did this to you. You chose that man, which obviously means that you are incapable of picking a good man because you have no idea what one is. From there, moving forward, we had the film Frustrated, Black Man in Brazil. Now it is in direct response to these BS articles that were written about black men who were starting to travel. And they, in the course of traveling, they saw, wait a minute, holy cow, women on the other side of the planet, they move differently. They look
They saw
differently. They
what we
carry
knew
themselves
already.
differently.
They saw what we
Yes,
knew already.
roger that. And suddenly we had a voice. And I'm telling you, Al Grease gave us an incredible voice, because now there's 3 versions of this film. 2 of them talk about international travel. The second one talks about how we're getting clubbed over the head with the child support system. And even that is coming to an end. So all of this happened. This gave birth to the black man's option, to the black manosphere. It gave voices to gentlemen like Mumia Obsidian Ali, a friend of mine, an associate of mine, to my dear departed friend Charles Tyler. It gave them a voice. Like, hey, look, this, we were talking to one another. Look, it's time to pack our bags. It's time for an exodus. It's time for us to leave.
Has any of that shit worked? Are the women getting better or worse?
Wait a minute.
They're getting worse. There's a handful that are getting better, but the majority of them are getting worse.
If they're getting worse, why are we dwelling on it? They're getting worse.
But Trey, it don't matter if they're getting better or worse. What matters is what you doing to better for you. To be honest,
I mean, look, they've said for decades.
That's always been my go-to. Is that men need to focus on themselves.
But let me finish.
I've said that a million times, but I feel like.
But please let me finish.
We finish. Well, y'all a little long-winded. I feel like we come on these panels and we talk about the women all the time, when the fact of the matter is they're not getting any better and they're not changing. It's not happening.
But I'm offering a solution. I'm offering a solution. That is, pack your bags.
They're not listening, sir. They're not listening to anybody.
The solution is leave. The solution is leave.
That's not a solution either. You're not the only person that was in. No, it's not. You're not the only person that was in the military. You're not the only person that's lived overseas. I also have that experience as well, and it is not.
And the truth is,
that is a false.
I disagree. Okay. We agree to disagree. I say leave.
Wait a minute. Before we go down that rabbit hole, right? Can't both things be true? Why can't it be a solution and not the solution?
Well, here's why. Here's why. Because we have to figure out what problem Trey is discussing solving. Because Coach has a solution that solves.
That's not a solution.
Hold on, Trey. Could I? I'm trying to defend you, bro. Please.
Tell that to the veterans that are living overseas.
Bro. Hold on, Coach. Hold on.
Who are also taking care of her entire family. By the way, don't leave that out.
Bro. Can I speak?
Oh, okay. And you've done this?
Coach, please. I think I got the Coach's solution is not to the problem that Trey has. Coach's solution is this: how do you deal with peace without dealing with the American woman? Leave. That's the answer to that question. That's Trey. That's not Trey's question. Trey, am I right, Trey? That's not your question. How do you not deal with the black woman at all? Because that's the answer to that. Is that am I close, Trey?
Yeah, no, you're right. What's
your question? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What is the problem you seek to solve that Coach thing don't? Because I agree, his doesn't seek yours, but I don't want to word yours.
The problem is that I want black men to be better and to stop being weak and to be leaders. And that
we agree.
And that has nothing to do with women. That's zero to do with women. If we want black men to be better leaders, to be more confident, to be more competent, that has nothing to do with women. And a lot of the times we keep talking about the women when they got nothing to do with this.
I agree with all of that, brother. But that you
now that on that part I agree. On that part I agree.
But it doesn't solve. Here's the problem: there is a place that is valid that you both disagree that I don't know why we can't get to. I agree with you, Trey. But your question is it? Are you saying entirely? Because I agree with you too. I say it all.
So how do we create those leaders? With you being a Marine, I think our training is similar as far as what leadership is. From what I learned at NTO Academy, leadership is a process of influencing others to want to accomplish the mission by providing purpose, direction, and motivation. Is that something similar to what you're taught in the Corps?
That's it. That's we used to call it Nazi school. Yeah, NCO school. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we call it Nazi school.
But now
What
the thing is
what
that men have been kicked out of the house. They are finding ways to undermine manhood.
Okay,
So
coach, slow down. Slow
so
down.
how do
I
we
gotta hit.
fix that?
Here's
That
how we
means they
fix that.
weren't influential.
Here's how we fix that. Number one, understand that everybody ain't gonna make it. That says right there. Let's
That's
deal
a
with
war.
that.
That's war.
Everybody ain't
That's
gonna make
warfare
it.
for you.
Okay. Number two, let's deal with the men who are responsible.
Woo.
Deal with the men
Word.
who are accountable.
A word.
Can we please stop counting the same dudes that we complain about these women fucking? Let's stop counting them. Let's count the men that show up with their boots laced. Now, let's discuss the women those men have to choose from. Because again,
It's the same.
we are
It's the same
outnumbered.
degenerate pool.
No, it isn't, brother. No, it isn't.
Is somebody eating chips?
This
Somebody-
is
No, that's me. That's my. It's a bag I've got in my hand. My mistake.
okay. No, it's not about the degenerate pool coach. You can find black women here. It's just that brothers don't want to be honest about burning the haystack because they don't want to be honest about where they looking. Because every time I bring it up, I get pushback on it.
Don't you
Nobody
say it, Uncle
ever
Jeff.
says.
Don't you
We
say
talk
it.
about. I've said
Don't
it.
Please say it.
don't
Please say it. I want to
don't you
know.
say it.
Nobody
the
You know he
hoes,
getting ready
man.
to say poetry night.
No, I'm
They
not,
love
Trey.
her.
What I'm
Church.
what
He said church.
Trey, I'm gonna try. Good Lord.
Uncle Jeff, before I
Okay.
let you cook,
Don't
Yes, sir.
you
I'm gonna
say
let you
it,
finish
Uncle
cooking.
Jeff.
Let me get these super chats read.
Okay.
Our dear Selena Shepherd,
You want me to read?
$5.
Want me to read the super chats?
Let me get them out the way so I can get up out of here. I'll be right back. The
Go
toxic
ahead.
B-dubs won't allow the healthy ones to critique them. That's true. So we separate ourselves and embrace those who do value sisterhood and its accountability.
They don't need to be allowed. They should just do it anyway. That's the thing.
Yep.
Okay.
Let me get this other one. Selena Shepherd, $5. Uncle Jeff, appreciate your wisdom. Advanced perception, $5. The main problem is that women think that men turn into Alan Johnston, aka Mr. Overnight. They mistook Miss Seeley's story for modern everyday life. Not only is that so freaking true, here's what I want every man on the panel and every man on the chat to do. Whenever a woman is now giving you a sob story, ask if that shit actually happened to her. If she's critiquing men, well, men, blah, blah, blah. I'm not even with the shits no more. I'm like, who did that happen to? Did it happen to you? Point them out so we can address them, because I don't like them either. I'll throw them out of the community for you. They'll be like, well, it didn't happen to me, but like, you see what I'm saying? They all reporting shit that didn't really happen to them, and they demonizing. And then the other group of women are demonizing men. One man did that shit to them, so all men are to blame.
Well, brother,
but y'all got the floor. Y'all go ahead.
Where you are.
Hey, Coach D, I got a question when you get a minute, but continue. Whoever's talking.
Okay. I'm gonna say this again and again, Coach. I want you to watch this from pure data analysis, military data analysis. I am going to give out a plan to find the kind of women you're looking for. It is not foolproof. These women are not perfect. If you want a perfect woman, blow your brains out. They're on the other side. Everybody over here is flawed. This is what I think is a formulaic way to get to better women. Number one, go to these sites, these Instagram, all social media where broads is talking foul. Look for the women who agree that are in your area. Go through their social media, and the women who agree with those women are all off your list. You are burning the haystack. Then go to their Instagram pages. If you don't know any, the sister by the name of Danica Marie, sister by the name of Crimson Cure, sister by the name of Reba.
Uncle Jeff,
I'm not done.
Trey told you a new asshole.
Pretty
when you
please
said this last
with
week.
sugar on top. Can I finish? Control yourself. You are a man.
Brother, Trey told you a new asshole when you said this the same thing last week.
Yeah, let him go. Let him go,
Okay.
Ashton.
Please. This is how men do, Ashton. They sit still to the finish. Please. Now, You go to where these women are speaking positive, and you do the same thing and find the women in your area. That woman is worth a cup of tea to find out the rest. If you don't believe that, then you must believe that the entire pool is tainted, which is what Trey is not saying, which is what I am not saying. In order to believe that that doesn't have any sense at all, you have to believe that there are no good black women. And if not, could you tell me why that is this is the question, coach. Now watch this fucking jump rope. Could you tell me why that is a bad plan to at least be on the trail of good women? Watch the civilians go.
Go ahead, Dusto. You had a question?
Well, I was going to let them answer this one. Then I had a question for Coach D.
Go ahead.
Anybody. Why is that a bad plan?
No, I was going to let somebody answer Jeff's question. If they
Jeff, actually, it was a good plan last time. Still a good plan now.
No, Arpain, you make sense. No, I need to hear from the objections in the room.
No. Let me just say this. Let me just say this, and they can go object themselves. Silence me might be a little bit of consent. All I'm trying to say is
it's not consent. I'm not taking the bait today.
Find. Okay, I'll let you go, Trey. One of the things I find is that the modern man doesn't want to do the work.
Woo!
To go through the haystack.
God damn.
To find the one. And you know, that's the difference. You're gonna have to go through more numbers. This is simple.
And that's electronic work. You ain't even washed your ass. That's electronic work.
Well, go ahead, Trey. What you got? What you got is
Nope. I'm not taking the bait. Me and Uncle Jeff had
get him, Trey. Get him.
No, I don't blame you, Trey. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. When you look down, when you count your bullets, you figure it out. Yeah, you counted your bullets. Don't come in here.
Don't do that.
I love you, but don't do it.
I got a full artillery, Uncle Jeff. I'm not wasting them today.
Don't waste that. Yeah, don't waste that.
Don't waste that. Can I ask Coach D a question?
Go ahead.
Hell no.
No, Coach D, you were talking about leadership and referring to the military. Yeah, I was prior Army. One word you said was influence. My question is, what's that noise?
That's me. Like I said, I'm on site at work. I had to go to a quiet room.
Well, can you mute while other people are talking?
Well, I guess he's about to answer my question. My question is, influence actually means you got some kind of, I don't want to use the word control. We kind of understand influence means that when you talk, people are listening, people are following because of who you are, which is the highest level of leadership. How do you use influence in the same way of saying that the people aren't listening? Meaning men are talking and women aren't listening. That means those men are not influential, which means something's breaking down in the communication. And if they're the leaders, they take full responsibility of that breakdown. Am I correct?
Yes, but on the other hand, if
I'm not separating women, go ahead.
Now, if you've done all that you can as a leader to coach, teach, mentor, influence, and now the other side of that is purpose, direction, motivation. If you provided a purpose, in this case, the purpose is I'd like to have a life with you. Direction. This is the direction I'm heading. I have a career doing this. I'm doing A, B, C, X, Y, Z to improve myself. The motivation, that should be motivation enough for her to want to be in a relationship with me. Unfortunately, a lot of black women as a collective in the United States, notice I did not say all, but as a collective, that means the actions of a few affect many, the actions of many affect a few.
I agree, Coach.
This being the case, I'm sorry, this being the case, this is where we are right now. If I've done everything I can and you still won't listen, then it's time for me to, as they say in the Bible, shake the dust off my cloak and keep it moving. Go to someone that will listen.
Coach,
and that's led me to dating women outside my ethnicity.
I got to start calling these haystack conversations, because I swear to God, we all want needles, but no one wants to address this fucking haystack.
What is the haystack, sir?
The haystack is when you have to speak of, when you have to make the distinction of bad black women versus the good ones, brother, do you know whose fault that is? Theirs.
Who is
because
they?
black women.
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree
They
more.
do not make the distance between them and the rutabagas you talking about. That's the issue.
And I mentioned that earlier.
Let me answer this.
And I mentioned that earlier.
There's a common misconception here that where you look plays a predominant role in the type of women that you're going to deal with. And I vehemently disagree with this. And here's the reason why I disagree with this. This is a little place out here where I live in Columbia, Maryland, called Bus Boys and Poets. And I don't know if you guys have one of those where you're at, but this is sort of a chill spot. It's a black spot. And every so often they have a poetry night or an open mic night or some sort of night like that. And I've been there 3 times. I've smashed 3 women every 3 times that I've been there. And they are the head wrap, sarong type wearing women who be right up on the stage talking about how powerful black women are, talking about how beautiful black women are, and they be face down in a pillow at the end of the night in my bed. So this whole idea of where you're going to meet them somehow changes the type of women they are. It's a false narrative, and it's not what a lot of people think it is. You can go literally. I bet you I would find probably a better quality woman, probably standing in a line at a fast food joint. She might be a decent woman. She might be a much better woman than me.
That's a rigged statement.
Let me know when I can address that.
Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
It's a rigged statement, and you know it. But go ahead.
How is it rigged? I'm giving you
if
anecdotal
you're smashing
experience,
them, that means
but
that's what you were looking for.
Some experience.
If you're smashing them, that means that was what you were looking for, and it shows also who you are.
But hold on, hang on. That's not what this is about. His point is because you like to move the goalposts.
Okay.
His point is that
I didn't make the statement.
Okay.
Hang on.
It wasn't my. Go ahead, Jeff, because it was your statement.
His point is that there's a better quality woman depending on where the haystack is. And I'm disagreeing.
No, that's not what I said.
Hang on, I'm disagreeing with
part
you
of it,
saying
but
that
it's
the
not all.
haystack is irrelevant. The haystack is irrelevant.
Okay, is it all right if I speak now? I talk shit. Number one, I never thought I'd say this, but Sam Panderson, you're on the money. This is what I was going to discuss with you, Trey. Number one, speaking poetry with your head wrap does not mean you don't like dick. Number two, speaking with your head wrapped in poetry and taking dick face down in a pillow right after does not make you a hoe. It does not make you incorrigible. Number three, speaking with a head wrap and immediately finding herself with her face down in a pillow with you behind her trying to strike oil means one thing, that you have a lesson here, whether it's not to waste your time with women with one-night stands, or whether it is that you ran across an individual who somehow vibrates with a lesson you need to learn. You don't ever stick your dick in a non-lesson, even if you go out and buy it from behind a dumpster right after this. There's a lesson there. So the 3 lessons that you learned going was that somehow I said, move the haystack. No, I didn't. You can meet the woman of your dreams at a fucking murder scene. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is in order to catch the right fish, you got to go where they biting. And here's where I don't think they are. I don't think they're in a club with strobe lights and music that's barely audible, that's loud as fuck, with niggas buying out the bar, because that's not what they came for. This is not to say that every woman that goes to a poetry reading or every woman that goes to a jazz concert or every woman that's in a library is a saint. What it is to say is that I know exactly where to find a bunch of scallywags that ain't worth a fuck, and that's not any of those places. I am only saying that there are ways to increase your odds, and if there are not, then you must admit that that there is, and again, no, you don't have to admit that. Don't admit that there are no good black women here, because this is all I ever hear is about how bad they are And yeah, on one hand, they're horrible. On the other hand, don't leave the country. I need something in the middle of that. Find whatever is in the middle of that. If my shit's horrible, fine. But here's my military horrible. Uncle Jeff, your shit is horrible, and here's why. And it has to be more than I got to fuck 3 girls from behind the night of because they wore head rags. You got to have something a little better than that. And if I can concede, and I can see what you're saying with what you're saying about what is faulty about my. I'm almost done.
You long-winded, bro.
Yes, sir. I'm long-winded. I'm long-winded. I tell you what, brother. I'm taking you on a ride. I'm taking you on a ride, but it's worth the trip.
He doesn't have to make their comments concise. You got to take us on this.
I think my comment is okay. I done gave you enough. You're right. You're right. I done gave you enough to hit back. You're right. I don't want to overfeed you. Go ahead.
Let me retort. Here's the issue. You're talking about a haystack. My point is very simple. It doesn't matter. What I want men to do is to stop focusing on women altogether and focus on themselves. That's always been my point. That's always been what I've been leaning to. And stop worrying about the women because they will conform. They have no choice. They're the weaker vessel.
I had a question, Trey. Go ahead.
They're the weaker vessel. They don't have a choice but to conform or they perish. That's just how it works for them. So I don't worry about them.
I had a question for you. But they definitely...
Hold on. Let him go. Let him run.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Trey, what's your belief level? And 1, in yourself to attract the women, and 2, your belief in the women themselves. What's your belief level?
My belief level in myself?
All right. Do you believe that woman over there should be rocking with you? And do you believe that that woman will rock with you or should rock with you? What's your belief level?
Do I want her or do I not want her?
The woman that you want. Everybody got this. Some of it's fiction, some is real, but there's a woman that people want. Let's be real. Unless people want something.
So you're saying that the woman that I want, do I believe that I can get her? I just want to make sure I want to answer.
Not only do you believe you get her, do you believe you can get her? Do you believe that you can keep her? And do you believe you can look her in the eyes and say, look, this is where you need to be with me? And I dare you to walk out and go.
Yeah, the last woman I did it with, we had a child together. So yes, I do believe that I can do it.
If you truly believe that, why is everything so negative?
I'm not making.
And how do you expect them to believe it if you present it like this?
This is the thing you do. I am actually of the belief that there are decent black women in this country.
Yeah,
I am also of the belief that you don't need to go to another country to find a decent woman. But I am also of the belief that the men in America are weak and soft. And I've said this before a million times. The women are empowered in this country because the men are weak. I've said that a million times. I want to see better men. I want to see better men because if we have better men, then the women have no choice. I'm taking all the options away from the women. I don't give a damn what they want. I don't care because it's not up to you anyway.
I agree.
That's not how the country runs.
Okay. All right.
Fair game. Fair game.
Okay. Now I want to know why the two cannot possibly exist, Trey, because I absolutely agree with you. I just don't see. I don't like old weak punk ass niggas either. They make it hard for us. The big difference is generally you don't see a strong herd of brothers with a weak dude in it unless he's somebody's brother and they trying to strengthen him up. That's not the case generally with women.
Let me
wrap it up, Jeff. Before you go on, Jeff, let me just wrap it up so we can move.
Wrap his ass up, honey.
No, I'm cutting you off. I'm sorry, but just let me say this because both of you guys are right. Trey, even if you're the best man you can be, and you're on your square, it's better, like Jeff says, to shop where the odds are better to find the kind of woman you're looking for. That's it.
I don't know what's so wrong about that. I don't know what's so horrible.
I think both things could be true.
And I don't know why you have to be weak. That's what I'm saying. Why do I have to not be the man that Trey is discussing in order to implement what I'm saying implement? And okay, fuck my implement. Other than work on me and have a fistful of me, is there any way I should be looking for a woman at all, Trey, with my together ass?
I think once you have your things together, I'll put it this way, once my shit was fully together, it was much easier to look for a woman. Right? I'm not saying that it's not going to be difficult. I still get turned down, but it was much easier to step to a woman. and talk to her and have confidence to actually talk to her, because I knew that even if she didn't want me, I was still going to be all right. I was doing well in my life, right? I think a lot of guys who aren't doing well in their life, they have a sort of a false confidence. And I believe that women can read right through that shit. I think it's easy for them to see that. Oh, he doesn't really have it the way he says he has it. I think a lot of women will play it. Will play on it.
I had a question.
Trey.
Hey, Trey, when you say having things together, what are those things other than just money?
Man, I'm not playing a silly ass. I'm not playing a silly ass game. I'm not playing a silly ass game with you.
All right, fine. I'll ask anybody else.
As a man.
Because all you're going to talk about is money.
As a grown adult man, you know exactly what having your shit together means. You know exactly what it means. And if you don't know what it means,
they don't talk about anything but money in these spaces.
I'm not, Uncle Jeff,
that's all they talk about.
Uncle Jeff, what was your question? I'm not playing a silly ass game with him. Uncle Jeff, what was your question?
Running from the question.
I'm not running from the question. You know what having your shit together as a man.
Trey,
hold on, everybody.
Is it all right if I answer the question?
Yeah, sure.
I'll answer.
Absolutely, feel free.
Okay. Here's what having your shit together means. The old school player term phrase used to be no money, no pussy. Because if you ain't got no money, you got something to focus on. The fact that you ain't got no money. Having your shit together means having a cohesive plan that you are not in the beginning of. It's all right if you're in the middle, but you ain't supposed to be looking for no woman in the beginning of your goddamn plan. Number two,
I disagree, but go ahead.
Your cohesive plan should include being self-sufficient, regardless to how slow that is, in order to make it happen. Whatever that is, wherever you at with it, I don't give a goddamn if you say, okay, look, I'm finna steam the street. I'm gonna be a street steamer. I can't even afford to own one right now, but I got some clients. I got a truck and I can rent one. And at the end of the week, after all the renting and all the gas, I got $200 extra in my pocket. And I'm only averaging 4 hours of sleep, but I'm gonna have to do this 6 months until I can afford my own steamer. And then once I get my own steamer and I'm not renting, I'm gonna get more clients and now I ain't got to work a day job.
Okay, so let me ask you, Gusto,
hey,
why would you disagree?
That's just a plain old plan. If you got a plan like that,
here, well, two disagreements. Number one, they say men got to get all this stuff together. Wait till you about 30, 40, 50. And I might be exaggerating. Hell,
you didn't say that.
No, hold on. No, I'm just saying. I'm speaking because I'm also speaking to an audience. Wait, get all this stuff together. Wait till you're older, then go start looking for a woman. I know that.
I don't remember saying that.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
I'm just trying to get you to orbit somewhere around what I said.
Okay, I'll go back to what you were saying. A lot of what you were talking about were financial and planning. Yes, it's important. But what I'm noticing, if the leading causes for divorce are number one, communication, number two, infidelity, number three, incompatibility and unrealistic expectations, finance is number four, and that's usually finances being improperly managed, then 90% of the problems have nothing to do with money. And if you look at most of the people, they were not taught how to be in relationships, how to communicate man to woman, woman to man. So why is all the conversation always about all this fictional money that most people ain't gonna make no way?
Okay, it's
no. Let me ask you. Wait a second. Hang on. Let us have a conversation. Dusto, can your daughter bring home a broke man? Can your daughter bring home a broke man?
Wait a minute. I haven't said that much here. You guys have on the floor.
We don't care.
Bring home a broke man.
Everybody speak. So I want to say something to what he just said too. Let me just say, and I'll let you guys go again. First of all, there's a thing called ground zero for men, Gusto. And if you're a man looking for a plan, it's not just about money. You got to be at ground zero. You got to have some kind of vision for your life and some way to take care of yourself before you worry about getting to a fucking woman. What are you talking about? And so
I didn't push back on that.
Wait a second.
I didn't push back on that.
Wait a minute. So that's what Uncle Jeff said. You got to have a ground zero. You have to have a ground zero.
Well,
as long as you can do that, then you can move forward.
Okay, I got it. Okay, we got that point.
No, I was adding to what Jeff was saying. I agree with.
Hold on, brother Dusto. Here's the problem.
Go ahead.
We can't tell you what it is, but we can tell you what it looked like. And it looked like you're giving pushback on the following. Regardless to what your plan is, you can't be at the beginning of it looking for no woman, because that at the beginning of any plan requires a minimum of 3 days a week at 3 hours sleep a night. You don't have time. You got to put your dick in your back pocket. You don't have time to be looking for a soulmate, brother. And so it feels like there is something in you that is pushing back on that part from us. And if we're wrong, set us straight.
Not exactly. What I'm saying is, and partially I'm not, some of it is not directed towards what y'all are saying. It's directed towards the whole point and to the audience.
Okay.
I'm thinking that I'm believing, I could be wrong, that it's leading towards men focus on the money, focus on these things, then go get the woman. Versus when you ain't got nothing and you building or doing whatever, especially in your 20s, is the best time to find your woman. Those are the longer lasting relationships. People got married young. Now you know what the woman's rocking with you for. And to be honest, she's better off with you than without you. Or if you can't find her in your 20s, be looking and be developing actual relationship skills while you're building. You don't want to be 34. You got all the money in the world and a victim of the talking point mafia, because at the end of the day, you don't know how to talk to a woman, or you spent 10 years chasing the hoes. Because let's be real. If you've been 18 to 30,
what planet are you on?
And you ain't looking for no spouse, that means you're dealing with the hoes.
What planet are you on, Gusto? You're not here on Earth with us.
You're gonna push back regardless of what I say.
No, I have one question.
Okay, no, hold on, Trey. Trey, if I could,
because the men with the money are complaining harder.
Trey, I don't know, Trey, please.
The people complaining more are in the 30s and 40s.
It's your question isn't fair, Trey. Your question isn't fair.
I haven't even asked the question yet.
I can tell. Well, here's why it's unfair. Because it started with, what planet are you on?
No, but that's not the question.
Bruh, it doesn't matter.
The way you explain yourself, bruh, this is for you, whether you take it or not. The way you explain yourself, the articulation you have, the points you make. Bruh, you have a real problem.
Good. You talk like you talk.
Hey, Trey.
You make a lot of sense, brother. You make a lot of sense.
Let's keep it down to the minimum. I can give you a real conversation. Otherwise, I gotta start
because you keep shooting at him first.
He won't let me ask the question.
Let him say what he's going to say, Uncle Jeff.
No, here's the deal.
Stop shooting.
We had a real conversation.
I have one simple question. Can your daughter bring home a man that is broke and that she has to take care of?
Okay, now you're talking broke is different and have to take care of.
What are you talking about, Justin?
But that's not what I said. That is not what I said.
It's literally on the same topic, bro.
I didn't say broke. No, I didn't say a broke dude.
Now make him describe his dude. Let him describe his dude. Describe your dude.
I'm talking about an E4 in the military. I'm talking about in the post office.
Be able to take care of himself. God damn it, no. We're wasting time, man. Fucking man. Take care of himself. Just know.
An E4 is not at the beginning of his career.
This is what I'm talking about.
The beginning of his career.
Bullshit. The guy gotta have some goddamn.
So at 22 years old, see this is the dust.
Talking about him being 30 years old.
This is the bullshit right here.
To have a job. I mean, stop it, man. We going in circles.
We really are.
We really I said nothing about a broke dude.
The fact of the matter is that the fact of the matter is the man needs to be financially well secured. That doesn't mean rich, but he needs to be stable.
No, he
needs to be able to take care of a family if he's wanting to start one. You can't just be out here not getting to the money, bro.
That's where I push back a little bit, bro. That's where I push back. Just
so he doesn't need to be.
Why does he got to pay 100%?
No. Here's what he needs to be. Here's what he needs to be.
And so
put a little bit of my
19-year-old's
business out in the street. I have a 19-year-old daughter. She has her present boyfriend. They've been knowing each other since literally the 2nd grade. They've been friends forever. They're serious about one another. I said, young man, before I can turn you over to my daughter, what is it that you want to be? He's an incredible artist. He says, I want to be a tattoo artist. I said, that's great, but that's not enough to be with my daughter. Think bigger. I want to have my own shop. I said, that's great, but that's not enough to be with my daughter. Think bigger. all right, I want to be the #1 tattoo artist in Los Angeles County. I said, there you go. Scare yourself with it. Now you show me what the plan is, and you show me you work in that plan, and bro, you might get some of my bread. But you'll get my bread before you'll get my daughter's hand if I don't see you working this plan. And I'm not mad. I'm not forbidding him to be with my daughter because he wants to be a tattoo artist.
Well, Uncle Jeff,
I'm forbidding him to be with my daughter because hold on, brother. I'm forbidding
Jeff,
him
I got
to
a
be with
question
my
too.
daughter.
Be concise, bro. Just cut it off.
Hey Jeff, I have a
You
question
take us
for
through
you
this
too.
diatribe with
But after they
every
finish
answer,
yelling,
Okay,
bruh.
I'm
Just
quiet,
make
Train.
it quick.
I'll
Okay,
leave
I'm
that
rocking with
quiet.
you.
Superfly quotes. We don't want to hear that.
Okay,
Uncle Jeff,
well then,
Uncle Jeff,
hit it back. Hit it back.
I would never. What you do with your 19-year-old daughter and what I would do with mine are completely different. Because that's not a conversation I would be saying. I would be having with him. The conversation I would be having with him is, you too goddamn broke to be with my daughter. Plain and simple.
Okay.
That's the conversation. She is 19. She is in her prime. She's not going to waste her prime years with you while you figure it out. Sorry, not happening.
Okay. Jeff, I got a question.
We got another question on the floor. We got
Jeff, I had
another
a
question.
question.
We got another question on the floor because I think we're gonna just keep going around in circles.
Okay.
Man's got to be at ground square. Got to take care of himself before he can worry about a family. What do men have to do to restore confidence in their ability to lead the family? All right. So who wants to go first on that one? On the question that's scrolling under the screen. Who wants to go first?
Again, please, sir.
Restore confidence in their ability to lead a family.
Go ahead.
Hey, can you ask that question again, please, sir?
Yeah. What do men have to do to restore confidence in their ability to lead the family?
I can answer it. Then they can start yelling. A man needs to have effective communication skills, have the confidence, demonstrate the confidence, communicate the confidence, have a plan, be actively pursuing and working on that plan, and connect with the woman. Now, hold on, let me finish, and then y'all can start yelling.
We ain't gonna start yelling. Go ahead.
Where are these fictional 22-year-olds? Hold on. Where
right. I agree with him. That's bad faith.
No, where's the fictional 22-year-olds that are making $188,000 a year at 22 to get these 19 and 20-year-old women? I like what Jeff said. And me and him done dusted plenty of times. I owe him some dust. But what he said is legit. But at the end of the day, regardless of the tattoos or whatever, I believe that man who wants to date his daughter looked him in the eyes, said, I give her my best. And he probably believed it. And he's probably going to back it up. That's what matters. The money and all that, he got 20 years to go get it. And she got to work and take care of herself anyway at 19, don't she? She's living somewhere.
Brother, come on.
More than likely, she's still
all of a
living off
sudden,
of me.
he got to make $300,000 a year
in my house and living off
and
of
be
me.
high value.
Nobody said
and
that.
And you didn't ask about his character, what his plan was for the next 15 years. That's all I got.
On this panel. Go ahead, Uncle. Just go around the horn. Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
What do men? Yeah. Next subject. What do men have to do to restore confidence in their ability to lead the family? Everything Dusto just said, I agree with 100% as being qualities. For them to use those qualities to restore their confidence, I don't think they have to do a goddamn thing. I think the men that do this, the men who fit Dusto's description, are the only men that are going to be worth the fuck to be with, that you're going to be able to survive with. They will stand out like beacons because they'll be able to fix a fucking flat, fight off a defender, grow their own food, shoot a weapon, build plumbing, electrical. They will be able, they won't have to, because the rest of the world is going to be on fucking fire. So I don't have shit to prove to women. I don't have a goddamn thing to prove to you. You will find me or you will find yourself without me. That's what I believe. We ain't got shit to prove.
Hey, before you go, Coach Steve, King Spark, you still there? Go ahead, Coach Steve. What you got?
People without the military experience notwithstanding,
we'll come back to you.
how many
I'm
of you
here,
on this
so
panel can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, Coach.
All right. How many of you gentlemen can accurately hit a target at 300 meters with a rifle?
I
That is
can.
people with military experience. I'm saying people that have not served. People with military that have served, that's a given. But I'm talking about the individuals on this panel who have never served. How many of you can accurately fire a weapon and hit what you aim for?
I got a question afterwards.
We're talking about warfare, right?
Yeah, let's just go.
Yeah, then I got a question after.
Well, wait
Part
a
of
second. Go
having
ahead.
confidence is that ability to wage war, but not want to be in the middle of it. But try to avoid it if you can. But when war comes to your doorstep, you are prepared to wage war. But what Gusto said earlier about having confidence, about being able to communicate effectively, I wholeheartedly agree with him on this. That is something, and I will put myself on blast for this. When I was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas, my first duty station, I was a nerd. I was a cross between Bruce Leroy, Steve Urkel, and Wayman Tinsdale. I had ambition. I was socially awkward, hence the Steve Urkel, and I was skilled as fuck at Taekwondo. It led me to being on the Army Taekwondo team for a few years. So, yes, that being able to communicate effectively, oh yeah, you have to have that. Otherwise, no matter what woman you attract, she's not going to stick around long because you don't know how to talk to her. That's the lesson I had to learn. By leaving the United States, by being stationed abroad, I became confident being around the opposite sex. I became comfortable being able to talk to women and not being afraid of some woman shooting me down because she's not interested. Well, I grew some skin, grew some armor. Boink, it bounces off. Gusto is right. It isn't just about money. Having the money is great. Having the resources is great. But there's an old saying from the street, there's a sucker born every minute. And there are plenty of men who have resources that are being played for a sucker. That's all I have to say on this.
Hey, King Spark, you back?
Hey, salute to you for your honesty. Appreciate it.
Go ahead, King Spark.
Yeah, I don't know who has lost the confidence in their ability. I don't think we've lost the confidence in our ability to lead at all. So I don't know who will we be proving this to. Like, who are we supposed to be reassuring that we have the confidence in our ability to lead? I haven't lost mine.
Well, I think what they're
I'm
getting at,
pretend like I didn't hear that.
I think what the point of the question is that Black women often cite a lack of confidence in the Black man's ability to lead as their excuse for not following. So, with that in mind,
but Uncle Jeff, that's not the man.
That goes two
no,
ways.
But no,
Go
keep
ahead.
on saying what you're saying, Uncle Jeff. Keep on saying what you're saying.
Wait
Yeah,
till
continue.
I know, Ashton, you need to disagree with me, but wait till I make a whole point. The question was in light of Black women in general, if you speak to them, will tell you that they have lost confidence in the Black male as a whole's ability to lead, which was why my response was, okay, keep it over there because shit fitting to get so hot that you gonna find a nigga with that confidence. Watch.
Well, my question is, Jeff, when you say that what Black women say they've lost the confidence in our ability to lead, but they still taking all the dick left, right, and otherwise.
Facts.
But not
So that
from
means they
leaders.
doing
From bruh, got
that's
push back
my
on
point.
that.
That's my point. If
Got
they're
push back
taking
on
it
that.
not, listen what I'm saying, Jeff. If
I
they're
got pushback too.
If they're taking it not from leaders, that means they really don't give a damn, and they just gonna do what they want to do anyway. Because if you letting a not,
why do we care if they're not following the leaders?
Thank you.
That's what
Who
I'm
gives a
saying.
damn?
Come on, Trey.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I got a response.
Well, a response.
Y'all ain't gonna like it.
Go ahead, man.
Here's the deal. Okay, you say that Black men ain't leading or they are leading. It's one of the two or a combo. Here's the deal. I see a whole bunch of overweight Black men. Within 2 meters, you'll see a bunch of overweight Black women. There's a bunch of raw dog runnies out in the street running wild. Then you see a bunch of baby mamas. There's men who hate women, then there's women who hate men. It sounds to me like leadership. Like, if you look at the men, you'll see, if looking at what the men are, what do you expect the woman to look like across the street? Now, truly, there's maybe 10 to 20% of the women that are dateable, marriable. Only 10%, 20% of the men are dateable, marriable. So yes, they're following. Most of what they got and what they say and what they do, there was a man somewhere present, at least for 15 minutes.
What
That's
the
all I
hell,
got.
man? People
I
got to
don't
do with
know.
Yeah, man. Wait a minute. Okay. Yeah. Well, let's not go down that rabbit hole. But Ashton, you go, man. Ashton, what you got on the topic? So let's go around the horn and then we can chop it up. Go ahead, Ashton. What you got on the
I
topic?
mean, I agree with King Spark. I mean, just because women say that we lost our confidence, they don't care about confidence or a man leading. Have we not heard the saying that just because you're not the captain, you will wreck the boat? I mean,
no, I've never heard that. I have no idea what that means.
Where you need to get out of Utah, Uncle Jeff. But I'm
What
just
did
saying, some people don't care about your leadership skills. They will still say you are not a leader just because you're not saying what you are not saying what they want to hear. So
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. I can smoke a bag of that.
Hey Trey, what you got on it?
Yeah, I'm not completely sure that confidence was lost. I think that maybe, if anything, the confidence was never there to begin with. I would say that men need to be able to be around men who are actually leading the family. I think that's probably something that was lost. I got a good understanding of what men do when they lead their family from my uncle. I watched my uncle lead his family for years. So I had a pretty good idea of what it took to be a leader within a family. And really what I learned the most about what he did is the amount of sacrifice that he made. But outside of that, I'm not really sure what men have to do to restore the confidence other than put yourself around men who are actually leading families properly and doing it the right way. I think that helps. And I think from there, hopefully some of that confidence that they have leading their family will rub off on you.
Yeah. So yeah, the point is, I agree. I don't think it's a confidence issue because confident men do pretty much what they want to do, lead their family or not, build businesses and stuff like that. So when we're talking about restore confidence and ability to lead a family, that assumes that you already had a family and somehow you about to lose it. So I just don't think that that's something we gotta necessarily worry about in terms of confidence. I think men who are confident can lead a family if they want one, and those same guys who are confident are going to make sure the women meet their standards or else they wouldn't deal with them. So, I'm looking at the question and saying it from that standpoint. I don't know if restoration is the right kind of question when we talk about confidence in a family based on the assumptions the question throws out at me. But still, in black men in general, though, which is true, Dust always talks about the shit about fat guys. I'm fat. I wasn't always this way, but I'm losing my weight, so I'm down 65 pounds. So shut the fuck up, Dusto. Anyway, but
salute to dropping 65. Real talk. Salute to dropping 65.
So, but the bottom
ain't no
line
salute
is
to dropping 65. He should have never had the 65 in the first place.
Yeah, that's all right.
That's true, but I'll salute to dropping 65.
Trey. Goddamn. Kick a man when he's down.
Bro,
Pain still married over you.
If you think I'm harsh on women, you should see how harsh I am on fat people.
No, man, I'm harsh on fat people too, and I'm one of them. And listen, let me just to lighten it up a little bit, because I tell everybody this: my goal is to just be fat. That's my first goal.
That's fair.
It's just to get down to be fat.
That's fair. Meat, because pork chops taste. Meat, because pork chops taste better than playing with your grandkids.
And Dustin, you don't get that
exactly.
one anyway.
I was trying to work with you, bro. Come on, man. Come on.
Well, you think about it a couple of times. I'm only joking. Anyway, this is a good question.
I'm glad you're taking the action to get your weight down, man. But what was your motivation to do it?
No, I'm good, man. I'm doing good, man. I am. I just got a little bit more to go, man. I'm 65, man. I want to live a little bit longer.
Oh man.
Okay. Didn't you get hurt or something, R-Pain? Did you get hurt or something? Like, what made you wind up gaining all the weight? Besides your wife cooking all that good food.
Yeah. But it's no excuse. No, I blew out my Achilles
Right. I thought that's what I thought.
and
I
then,
thought I remember you saying you got hurt.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I was
Achilles,
just wrong. The
yeah,
fact that you have Twinkies is a
okay.
bad thing. I haven't had a Twinkie in 100 years.
If I'm not mistaken, the Achilles is down near your ankle. We talking about your elbow, your hand, and your mouth.
Well, he asked me. Listen, I didn't use it as an excuse. You know what I'm saying, man? Let's get off the fat man. You know, let's talk about
Nah. Okay, let's
I'm
stay.
sorry,
Let's
I'm
stay
a
right where we
Marine. I
at.
can jump up from here and do. I got 25 push-ups for you right now, and I can run a mile without stopping in a 58.
There you go.
Hey, man,
Get
I'm
back to
50.
it.
I'll be 53
You
next
still ain't
month, and
got
I
more game than our pain.
look, gentlemen, I'm 53. I will be 53 next month. I still get up 3 a.m. and I do PT every morning,
You gotta
Monday
put a
through
little in
Saturday.
there, man. But you know what it
There you
is, our pain? You gotta find real talk, bro. Something that requires movement has to become your hobby.
Yeah,
Like
I'm there.
Yep. I completely
or
agree.
handball. You have to have a hobby that is
Pickleball.
active that you.
That's after you retire. After you retire from chasing skirts, you gotta find something else.
Something
Yeah,
you
find
enjoy,
something else.
Pain. Something you enjoy.
But when listen,
Our pain,
gentlemen,
if
I'm
your
already
wife
there.
love it, you ain't got to lose a pound.
Here's the point,
big man.
Mike. When my daughter moved out, man, my whole room I converted to a gym. So I got my own gym in there. I go in there, at least 3 or 4 times a week to get it started. So I'm all good.
Good, man.
Now let me offer you this. If you're somewhere near a boxing gym, man, because of that Achilles, take up boxing. If you can't do
It's
any
better now. It was a long time ago. It's better
Trust
now.
me on
That was a long time ago. That's my excuse.
Right.
But
What I'm
you
saying
got
is
it.
this.
Our pain ain't got no hands, man.
Well,
He can learn to get some though.
I bet
neither
our
did half
pain can whoop Uncle
professional
Jeff.
Yeah, I got some
neither
ass.
did half professional boxers. But
Now
they
why
learn how
y'all
to get
starting? Now why y'all starting shit?
I got $20 on our pain. He'll uppercut Uncle Jeff out the ring.
Look here, man. Wow.
Don't get you like you back.
Well,
I'm back.
I don't know. I don't think our pain gonna uppercut anything if there's a buffet outside the ring.
That's cold.
Let me
Tell him our pain. That shit wasn't funny.
I should have said a goddamn thing to you guys, man.
I am not. Don't buy into this shit, our pain. Don't buy into it, bro.
No, too late. He already been into it. That's why he's in the situation he's in right now.
Damn, you beat me to it, coach. Damn.
You know what, man?
That's the problem. You've been biting into too much stuff.
That's hilarious.
The most high, you got that from me.
Our pain, you the only one married and happy. Tell him go to hell.
Our pain. Real talk, man. Real talk. Congrats on the 65. Keep working, man. Don't give up.
Keep working, bro.
Yeah, I ain't worried about it. I'm good.
At the end of the day, take my recommendation. Find a decent boxing gym and get those hands. That'll cover your cardio.
Oh, you're still gonna take these jokes.
Okay.
Yeah, that boxing a whole different type of.
I'm sorry. I even said anything to you guys.
Okay, then turn into just a bunch of old niggas talking, Mike. Get back
Hey,
in here.
you know what though? There is an increasing amount of people joining my shooting leagues these days, and they're older gentlemen. So you should get into firearms, man. It's really a record.
Mike, you shoot?
Yeah, just as long as the rifle don't pull his shoulder off and says
Uncle Jeff, can you repeat the question?
Mike, I didn't know you shot, bro. I'm a Marine. I didn't know you shot. That's why I asked when you said you was 1,600 meters you hitting?
No. 1,600. There's not around. Well,
I
that's
what you said in the chat.
I was gonna say 1,000.
Oh, okay, 1,000 meters. You hitting at 1,000. What weapon?
That was a 308.
Okay. No, the weapon.
7.62, huh?
Yeah.
308 round is 7.62.
Yeah, I'm not shooting 5.56. I shoot 5.56 out to about 5.
Okay, gentlemen, I'm not talking about the round. I'm talking about what the round goes in. What weapon was it that you shot that with?
That was a Daniel Defense DDM. Mark, hold on.
M14, perhaps?
No, not the Mark.
Hell no. You can't throw it. I couldn't hit you with an M14 that far if I dropped it.
Yeah, I got rid of my old 308.
Okay, just get to it. Just later, man. I was just I'm I'm into killing people from long distances.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, bro.
Just like me.
Oh, bro. I just didn't want to go to sniper school because you had to lay in the grass, and I had one of the best MOSs in the Marines.
Let me explain the narrative on that, because that's why a lot of black people think they don't want to go. But I did it kind of involuntarily. The lady was like, "Man, you want to be big boss? You want to be high speed in this Navy?" I was a reserve, so I was like, "Man, I don't really want to." But she was just selling me the stuff. She was like, "I can get you a bonus right now, 20K."
Kool-Aid. You
She
drank
said,
the Kool-Aid, didn't you?
She said, "FMF Corpsman is the way to go." And I was like, "Oh, Corpsman," because I was already in nursing school, and I was like, "Oh, like," she's like, "Yeah, if you don't want to," I told her I didn't want to do the officer rank. I just really wanted money to do my master's degree.
Marine Force Corpsman is some of the
And then,
hairiest shit.
then all of a sudden, this lady doesn't communicate anything else to me.
She didn't tell you none of that other shit.
I go to boot camp thinking I'm going back home since I'm a reservist. She said, "Fool, you got A school." I'm sorry, they said you got A school, and you got to go to the Marine version of boot camp for corpsman. I ain't get home for like 9 months after I thought I was going to get home.
Whoa! Well, what did you go through basic, man?
Say it again.
What year?
What years? 2011.
What year did you go through
2011.
basic? Oh,
2011.
Ouch.
2011.
Ouch, that's not too long. 2011.
Yeah, I was a little older, bro. I was like 24 when I went in.
You went in when?
When I was like 24.
No, coach.
I couldn't.
Y'all gonna start talking about y'all. Y'all gonna start talking about y'all favorite MREs to eat next. That way, this conversation.
Hey man, hold on.
Because that chicken out the ping was the motherfucker.
Don't sleep on that chili mac.
They all good if you put the right amount of
No,
tobacco.
chicken with rice.
That chili mac. And look, the good part was that you got to get smart. You got to be yourself on the team that goes to fetch the MRE. So you take all the good shit out.
How about that?
Yep.
Because they got some doo-doo in there. They got the omelet. Right. Nobody wants that shit.
And they label.
Well, I put about 3-4 chili macs a day in my sack. Like that's what everybody wants.
So I'm the only civilian up here. I ain't enlisted or nothing. I'm just 100%.
Hey, it's not
in
too
the
late.
cold. In the cold.
There was a 40-year-old dude at boot camp, bro.
Military.
EPD, you don't love your country.
Hey man, I'm gonna be honest. I think military service should be mandatory.
It absolutely should be.
You know, I mean, from what I can tell, it builds like so much character. Like you're able, the confidence that you get when you're out of the military is fantastic. So I think that it teaches you the fundamentals of your basics, how to build, how to communicate, how to take orders. Like there's so much structure in it. I am kind of I am missing out. I never tell someone who has served like, oh well, they put you through all this grunt work and now you ain't nothing like that at all. I can always tell by someone talks. What we're gonna say?
How old are you? How old are you, bro?
41.
Too damn old.
There was like a 40-something-year-old at boot camp. You got up till they moved the requirements back.
Yeah, okay, EBD, you go in there, you gonna tear an ACL.
I'll be like Stripes though. I'll be more like Bill Murray than anything else, like all screwing up.
Your problem won't be physical. Your problem.
Hey, look, EBD, just keep playing Call of Duty. Don't.
Yeah.
Keep playing Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Just keep on playing Call of Duty.
Oh yeah, life's exactly the same.
Yeah.
Hey, EBD,
you can shoot somebody in the face and not go to court martial.
EBD,
I couldn't do it.
The issue won't be physical. Uncle Jeff is going to tell you it's going to be more mental.
Oh,
it's gonna be having that grown ass man standing in front of your face, screaming and yelling at you, telling you what you gonna do.
Yes, Trey.
What you gonna do? That's the biggest issue.
And more than that,
I can't deal with it now.
Social. When you get out in the fleet at 40 something,
right?
All your superiors is gonna be 20 something and 30 something.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I don't know if I can take that.
I don't know if you want to do that.
Okay, I'll tell you something right now. You guys have got to have something that I don't. Because to stand there, like Trey was saying, a grown ass man or a 20-some-year-old yelling in your face or whatever, and you ain't gonna do nothing, and you gonna sit there and take them orders. Oh my God!
EBD.
EBD. First of all,
no, you wouldn't.
Not first of all, EBD
went through.
I was 19.
First of all, EBD, they signed up for that shit.
I could do it at 8. I could do it at 18.
You're 19. Number two, I promise you, EBD. You are not ready. You are not ready. I didn't seen it go down bad.
Right.
You ain't ready for United States Marine Corps drill instructors.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
you
I'm
can
sure.
jump Brody with one of them if you want to, and you about
Right.
to see why
Man,
it is.
them drill instructors ain't shit.
Okay.
Not for a man. Hold on. Oh, wait, no. Not for a
My
man
drill
your
sergeants
age.
were hardcore.
Because by the
Just being
time I
honest.
went in, I had already pledged a frat. Right? I come from a household where my dad sound like that every day.
Oh, right.
What it is your ability. So this is the worst part about it. I wanted to go. I told the lady my whole game plan because I went in for information and walked out signed to the Navy. Like, she was crazy. I went in there to ask for information. I said, I'm trying to get my master's degree. I don't want to take out any more student loans, but I also want to serve my country. And do you have any healthcare stuff? That lady basically told me, well, if you do this Marine Corps thing, they're very, they're going to yell, they're going to do this, that, and the third. So I'm a little apprehensive in my mind. Like, damn, do I want this? No, it's like everything is mental. It's literally mental. I wanted to skate through, and what ended up happening, skate through with like little responsibility, is I ended up handling everything better than everybody. Ended up in leadership all the time because them kids will fuck up as soon as you yell in their face. So I'm just standing there. Yes, chief. No, chief. Then when we get to the Marine side, I'm like, yes, staff sergeant. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yes, that's it. So they're just like, look at his composure. Look at this motherfucker right here. I was like, oh shit. I'm trying to skate through though. I was like, don't let me.
Okay, wait a minute. You went through 2 boot camps then.
Yeah, when you
then you cannot. Then you don't get to claim composure for the second.
All right.
Maybe. Yeah, pledging
is that what it is? Composure? Like if you
composure.
So let me ask. If you're following orders and you're doing everything that has been ordered of you, do you really have any problems anyway, or is it only the rambunctious 18-year-old that don't give a fuck?
If you're looking to build rank, man, and you're squared away, you're going to be the best person all the time.
Absolutely.
That's really what it is. There are too many young people screwing up around you that you may have to be responsible for. So when you become an NCO, right? I became a petty officer 3rd class. Then they put a bunch of young corpsmen under me. Then I started to get a little bit of fire because they screw up normal shit, right? Like organize the health records, like the medical records for the hike that we got to take with us. Like, they wouldn't do that. They just start messing up normal stuff. And the worst part about being in the military, this is the part I really hate. What goes on in their personal life affects you too. So you get a bad, if one of your junior people get a DUI, you get looked at crazy. Like, what the?
Right. You're going to be standing right in that commander's office, right next to your guy.
You didn't check on him? You didn't think to call him while he was at the bar? You like, nigga, I was.
So you're responsible. So then pretty much when you're a commanding officer, you're 100% responsible for all your men and all the shit they make.
Commanding officer. I'm talking about. So listen, hold on. Let's do this because somebody came up and said it, and I listened to when they said it, and I didn't want to. Remember, last week I was the host on the show, so I didn't want to really go in too deep. But one of the things I wanted to say was, commissioned officers, respect to the job that they do, but y'all are just strategists. Y'all don't get the real respect in the military. Non-commissioned officers, okay? A master sergeant, a first sergeant is more respected than a lieutenant. Okay, like we respect the people that
sergeant is more respected than a lieutenant.
The commissioned officers are strategists. Okay,
23
like
years old.
They strategize, but people in every job, just not even military, but every job, you respect the people that came up the way you did, that do the work that you can do, not the officer that goes to learn about the job you're doing so they can strategize to tell you how to do it. They have a different purpose entirely. We respect the non-commissioned officers.
I disagree.
100%.
I respect the officers more. Now, if you say lieutenant,
respect the officers more.
If you're saying lieutenant, that's different. But you're talking major, lieutenant colonel.
Yeah.
Well, you're made to respect.
But the truth is, the truth is the enlisted man couldn't do what the colonel did.
No. You didn't respect them because if you were actually doing your job as an enlisted person, you hardly ever saw them. So don't do that.
Trey, that part is fair. No, Trey, that part is fair. I'm just saying.
I may have seen my commander twice a year. Tops.
Come on, dude.
And it was usually at some sort of
probably
meeting
on the way to lunch.
Hell no. Hell no, I ain't get a
You-
chance to ask
No, I
him.
saw
He didn't know who the hell I was, Uncle Jay.
I saw him during drill weekend on the way to lunch
I tell you what, you respected him though.
with the EXO.
I respected his rank. That's different.
Yeah, true.
I didn't know.
But
know
you
him
didn't know
personally.
him, so it's different.
Exactly. So that's one of the things that a lot of people don't understand in the military. A lot of the times, you may not have respect for the person that they actually are, but you have to respect the rank because that's the way it's built.
How many?
But that's
How many
actually
people?
false leadership
How many?
because you
how
don't
many
respect
people-
them as a person.
How many people then got their ass reamed that was MPs at the gate that the colonel's wife was driving the car and they didn't salute the car, and then the wife went home and said, "I came through the gate and that MP didn't salute me," and the colonel goes, "What time was that?" Now the colonel is gonna
It
call
happened to a
down
friend of mine.
and to the MP
I
shack,
saluted them cars.
and somebody gonna be scrubbing the floor with a toothbrush because you didn't salute somebody's funky ass wife. You're not saluting the wife. You're saluting the sticker.
Yep.
Salute the car.
Don't matter if
I
it's a
don't give a
teenager in
fuck
the
if
car.
a monkey drives this thing through here.
Yep.
Oh
thing in
boy,
the
I
Army.
hated them days, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm
Yeah.
glad it's just-
Now here's
Dog,
the
you-
difference.
okay,
Gunny, when you see an E7, an E8,
Dog, gun-
all that shit, they work for everything you fucking see, and the
Yeah.
respect is different. The
I
respect
said
is different.
a respect for a gunny.
Imagine trying to take this type of structure and discipline into a relationship with a woman. Yeah, okay. Good luck.
You should be taking a different type of. I mean,
They gonna do
I ain't
push-ups.
into it.
Yeah, I wish.
Cook that
Oh,
meal.
EBD, I wish I
said
could.
cook that
Hey,
goddamn
dog,
meal.
hold on. The one thing I will say,
We're gonna leave you
is
for an R&B singer.
you know, I'm from VA. It's like rite of passage to join the military. That's literally the only
VA
reason
is
I do it.
trash.
It is trash. That's why I live in Houston now. But everybody,
Yeah, I left too.
everybody around there was in the military. You know, Army brat, Navy brat, Air Force, whatever. It's all there, right? And the one thing I noticed about some of the higher ranking dudes, a lot of their wives were instrumental to their career as well.
Absolutely.
These women were squared away on all fronts. Like they moved. Like that's why I made that analogy that one time where I said, some of y'all want the admiral, but y'all y'all don't know what it's like to be the admiral's wife. That woman got to be just as squared away as he is. You see what I'm saying? That man don't talk to his wife. He give orders to his whole house.
The
And his
admiral's
wife
wife got a
follows
job.
that shit without complaint. Everybody wants the top dog. Everybody wants the man of stature. But do you know what it takes to be with that type of guy? The guy that's that disciplined, that squared away? I'm telling you, 90% of women cannot handle that type of pressure.
No. Number one, he ain't explaining everything he say to you. He ain't yelling at you. He ain't yelling at you.
Facts.
He ain't being disrespectful, but he's also not gonna give a diatribe so that he can have his word checked by your TRW. He's not doing that.
And you don't get to challenge him either.
Thank you.
You just carry out the orders.
I command 10,000 men, and I could get a phone call tomorrow to go kill 10,000 more. When I say I want Goober's grape jelly, get the fucking Goober's grape jelly, and I'm not gonna stand here and explain why.
Do you think military should only kind of marry military?
That makes no sense.
Should military women be looking for kind of military men?
Military women are
I
the
shouldn't
worst.
have said it like that, but no. I shouldn't have said it like that, but no.
Hey, Fantasy, you in the back. Why don't you come
Here's
up?
the problem with that. Here's the problem with that.
Go ahead.
I am Sergeant Brown, connected to the avionics wing for helicopters on this base, and I meet Corporal or Sergeant Ortega or Smith or whatever, and her fine ass, she gonna have to be fine, I'm not fucking around, is connected to admin in another squadron. The United States Marine Corps does not give a fuck when they send my squadron off to wherever about my marriage to her, other than the paperwork. So no, I don't. I think it works better if your significant other is selected with the right traits outside of the military. The admiral's wife could not be a female officer.
Gotcha.
Because a female officer gives orders. The admiral don't take none of them from no fucking body.
Gotcha. But I would think, well, the only reason I say that is because, yeah, she's an officer, but doesn't she understand and respect rank?
Not in the
relationship,
house, EBD. Not in the
working
house.
relationship are
Okay, I
separate.
got you. I got you. I got you.
Yeah.
You know
Also,
what?
working
Let's
relationship are
dive deep
separate.
into this, man, and then we're gonna get to Diesel, so he can talk. Let's dive deep into this, man, because this is good. This is actually a good topic for this gender war.
Yeah.
All right. Damn, did I forget what the fuck I was
And
about to say?
my wife can't have two
All right,
CEOs.
Leah, look. Let me tell y'all this narrative. I forget the stat. It's below 5%. It's 2%. 2% of Fortune 500 companies have co-CEOs. Most people realize, and it's probably set up that way because somebody's related to somebody or whatever, what have you. Two people cannot get the final word in any situation. There is a CO and there's an XO. All right. Women got to learn that, first off, this is a moot point entirely because women, you don't want to be the CO. You don't want to be the commanding officer. You don't want that type of pressure. It feels good to flirt with the captain's chair. Did y'all watch Star Trek? Where, sometimes it feels good to feel the leather in the captain's chair. But when we actually got to do battle, you're going to jump out that bitch and who's going to feel it? Right? So, like, women they cannot be two CEOs of a company. That shit does not work. That's why people don't do it.
Right. They're fighting to get into infantry, and they got no place. I'm going to tell you that right now. Battle on the ground, and my Marines can back me up on this, that's physical. That is a physical task, and there is no room for emotion except for rage.
Coach, let me tell you this, though.
I didn't say that when the men are just as emotional.
Let me. So this is a point when I was listening to Dusto. Hold on. Let me go ahead. Then we're gonna get to Diesel. Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
Your question was, how can he say that when women are just as emotional?
No, when men are
men are just as emotional. Yeah. I would much rather have an emotional man built like Diesel TV to defend me in a situation where I am pinned down in, say, a knife fight with two.
No. Not a knife fight, a firefight.
Okay, if I'm pinned, no, brother. This is hand to hand. He asked me. This is hand to hand. I'm trying to make sure that when I get done with this, Dusto, you have absolutely no point to make, because the people who make your point make men die. I want an able-bodied. Yes, I want in combat as a Marine. I want no women around me, none. I want able-bodied, fast twitch, higher fast twitch, higher bone density, higher testosterone, capable men around me.
Don't forget about competence.
No, if it's physical, I agree.
I'll give them all the confidence. I'll give them all the confidence as a man.
Not confidence, competence. They need
competence. I'll give them that.
Fellas,
here's the problem.
I'll say this. I agree with you.
I'll say this. I'll shut up. That's all, bruh. That's all I'm making it. That's all it has to be.
Oh,
it doesn't have to be. It doesn't. Here's that. And this is why I'm drilling down on this and making it so fucking important, because that's the leg that women and feminists stand on with regard to the military, is how smart you are. Well, sit your smart ass in the back. Because when it comes time to cut somebody's fucking throat, I want to know that the dude next to me has no problem holding his hand over the mouth of the throat I cut to save the people I have to save. I want to know that I'm next to somebody that it doesn't take 4 of to move a fucking couch. That's the point I'm making, and I don't give a fuck how smart.
I agree. I agree with the physical part.
Go ahead.
That's all.
So let me make this point, because this was, actually my job. All right, so I was 4th Marine, first Max 24 Marine Air Control Squadron, 24. Then when I moved to Houston, I got moved to 4th Infantry Division. All right, reserve unit out of Houston, Texas.
Oh, that's
not Hood. It's here. I went to Hood several times for annual training, but this is really the way it works. As the corpsman, the gunnery sergeant came to me and said, all right, listen up. You're the only corpsman here for most of these platoons. In order for them to have confidence in you as their corpsman, the person that's going to patch them up and put them back in the fight, I'm going to need you to fireman carry. Y'all know what that is, right?
Yes, sir.
Go put somebody over you. The biggest guy we got here down this football field and back. And my face was like, what? Now, the funny part about it is that we had female corpsmen there that day to come do some TCCC. What's that? Tactical Combat Casualty Care with me.
They ain't gonna
I was
make it.
training them on that. They watched me pick up a 6'5", the biggest, dumbest looking Marine I ever seen in my life, just big and stupid, down a football field. And you always do the most on the way there, and then you gassed on the way back, and everybody looking at me like, yeah, Doc, carry his ass, Doc. And I carried this big 250-pound dude, fireman carried down a football field and back. Now, let me just ask you, what woman can do that?
Agreed.
That is what
I've yet to see a woman do that.
That is what they need to see to be inspired.
That's
that
why
you
it's called the fireman's carry.
Yeah.
Not the fire people's
Not the
carry.
not the fire person's carry.
This is the point I'm making. This is the point I'm making. Women, we don't have to talk about women in infantry because they opened that up back in 2015. Of that time,
The Marines already did an experiment, and they had a company of female Marines go head to head with males, and the men left them in the dust, left them standing in place, left them marking time.
We don't really have to talk about this since the infantry
I got a different issue, but go ahead.
enlistments, infantry enlistments since that 2015 mandate when they were trying to get everybody to do it or signing off on it. 640 women have signed up for the infantry, and 55,000 men have. That's a little over 1%. Women don't want these problems, man.
Hey, Trigger, I
They're
got a
not gonna
question.
run toward the sound of fire.
I had a question.
Yeah, man.
Now, I'm not really into the gender war stuff. I'm neutral with the feminists and the masculinists, whatever. I just don't care. But why are there so many men eager? Like if a woman came on the panel and said, I can carry that I can carry a whole grown man. 55 people would flood the chat. Men waiting to compete with this woman. Why? Why do they care so much?
I don't think they're trying
I'd love to answer that.
Place doing things in men's spaces.
I'd love to answer that.
Why are they so men masculinity?
First of all, because we know it's a lie.
All right.
Second of all, we've always had to prove.
Hold on.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me just say this. This is actually why. I want, in fact, if that happens, I want them to put the best male Marine they have. Because what some Marines were getting frustrated with was the fact that they are boots on ground first. That is their calling card. The fact that they can be anywhere within 24 hours of any conflict. So they get nervous because what legislation and liberals were doing is saying we're going to weaken your platoon by putting this woman that can't pick any of you up here. We're going to force her because that's what's equal. We're going to force her into this. So I want that woman to get so demoralized by getting her ass whooped up and down the goddamn field, knowing that, oh, maybe I can't keep up with these guys. If they're going to do any of this shit, they need to do it female-only squads. Female only. Because nobody has confidence. Hey, here's the worst part about it. Do you know that they can use a woman against you in battle? Men naturally get emotional. They naturally get emotional about women getting mistreated. So when Gunny is saying fall back, now you want to go shoot because they just shot the woman and one of them niggas like her, right? So hell no. Keep that shit separate.
And furthermore, I want you to put if anything in you wants a woman on the front line, I want you to put her with whoever it is that is the 18-year-old male that you love the most. Because more than likely, in any conflict, if he is with her, those are the two that are going to die or get captured first. Because that's exactly what I would do in war. In a war, if I saw
Gentlemen, if I may. Sorry about the background noise. I'm in the hallway of my building.
Go ahead.
Now, here's the other side of this issue. The military, and all of us know this, have a huge issue with sexual misconduct. Let's not forget, during Operation Desert Shield, Desert Storm, there was a prostitution ring headed by a female lieutenant colonel.
Damn!
It was on CNN for about a week, and then it disappeared. You can't find any traces of it, but I have a pretty sharp memory. These women got caught with bags full of money, and the money came from them selling pussy downrange.
What?
That means men were buying it, right?
That means men were buying it, right?
Has anybody?
Hold on, Trey. Hold on. Now,
I'm
this is
turning
what.
feminist now.
No, no. What you? Yes.
Now,
And what you're doing.
shortly after this,
I got him,
shortly
coach.
after
I
that
got him.
happened. All right, but
Keep
hold on, let
going.
me finish. Shortly after that happened, Aberdeen, they took that off the air, promptly snatched it off the air, and put in Aberdeen proving grounds for drill instructors being accused of sexual misconduct. When the smoke cleared, only one of them was actually doing the misconduct. The others got smoked just for GP, just to send a message.
Okay.
Every training that I had to sit in, every training session I had to sit in during my last few years in the Army, the acronym was called SHARP, Sexual Harassment and Rape Prevention. I saw the common narrative that men were the perps and women were the innocent victims. And I can tell you with absolute certainty that was 100% bullshit. 60% of these female enlisted and 50% of the officers, or vice versa, were filing these claims. But now in 2011, when Obama gets rid of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and having played sports for the military, for armed forces sports and all Army sports, I saw women as gay. I saw women that are freaking dykes on the women's basketball team. So it led me to ask, okay, now that this veil's been lifted, can we get an accurate count of how many of these gay females are out here sexually assaulting other females, straight or bisexual, whatever the case you want to call it? And then once we're done with that, let's also stack that up against the amount of false accusations that have been running rampant for years. UCMJ says that if you file a false report, guess what? It is a punishable offense. And the military isn't even following its own rules. I've seen personally more men get their careers taken from them behind a false accusation. They don't even have to prove that she was telling the truth. And even when they find that out, guess what? He's slammed. He's slammed, and all they do is, and they don't even give him an apology. His life is ruined. His career is gone.
I feel like we're saving a life here. Let him keep going.
That's it.
I was accused of sexual assault while I was in the Air Force. And here the issue.
Well, they blame the men, and it ain't always their fault, dude. Come on now.
Go ahead, Trey.
When I was stationed in Turkey, I was stationed at Incirlik Air Base in Turkey, and I got accused of sexual assault while I was there. And if it were not for her friend that went in and told the first sergeant and told the commander that she was lying, who knows where I would have been, because they were not looking for actual evidence. They didn't care.
No.
All they did was listen to her. And even after I thought I did a very good job of showing them that I wasn't even there when at the time that she's claiming all of this happened. I wasn't even in the building. I thought I did an excellent job in proving that. Even the staff judge thought we did the same thing. They didn't care.
The judge advocate general? Yup.
Yeah. The only person that actually gave a damn was her friend who went in there and was like, I need to tell y'all the truth. And the truth is that she made the whole thing up because she was upset that she got rejected earlier that night. And she took it out on me for some reason. She took it out on me.
Now, I asked the Sergeant Major of the Army to prove.
It's a real thing.
I asked the Sergeant Major of the Army back in 2011 when I was a buck sergeant. I nearly had my rank snatched off of me for questioning those numbers. There's no way I'm going to believe that there is no numbers for false accusation and there's no numbers for same-gender assaults. In this case, gay females in the ranks raping each other. That would have a serious effect. That would have a serious effect on those numbers that they were handing us. All right, of those 50% of enlisted or officers, how many of what's the number? What's the actual number of those women being raped by or sexually assaulted by gay females?
Coach, slow up. When you use that when you discuss
with the word G,
capital
G,
or
all right,
taco taking. We call it taco taking.
All right,
violated.
Gotcha. Ain't nobody mad at taco taking, are they?
Yeah. No, I'm mad at taco.
Thank you guys for putting me back on the Thank you guys for putting my shots back on the paper. But you've been assaulted, you have been harassed, and so on and so forth. Let's see where those numbers are first before you start handing me that 50%. Also, while we're at it, how many of them female service members that you have on record, that you have undeniable proof that they were lying and no action was taken against them because of the same regs you wrote to protect them, is actually keeping you from doing your job? Let's have those numbers before you hand me this 50 and 60%.
I don't know that
That's
you
what I
can.
was asking the sergeant major.
Hold
And
on,
they were
are you
saying the numbers.
surprised?
I don't.
No,
I mean,
I'm not
that's
surprised.
how that's how it happens in the military. It happens in civilian life
Thank you,
too.
Diesel.
It's
The
the
civilian
same
world
thing.
is worse. The civilian
Well, I
world is
mean,
worse.
but that's the point. Like there is no recourse for a woman to doing that. That's why we're in the atmosphere we are now, where a lot of people don't believe when they make
And
those
that's
claims.
and it's funny. And this ties into the whole Me Too movement because now women are griping that men do not want it. Men in leadership positions don't want to mentor them. Why the heck you think? I ain't finna risk my career for you to make a false accusation because I didn't hire you.
All right.
I'm not going to risk my career on a false accusation because I didn't give you the position you wanted. Sorry, I'm no, and no. They
Well,
won't travel with us. You're darn skippy.
when I was in law enforcement, I had a commander explain this to me because I always ask that question too: is why, if they come in and make a false charge or make a false statement, why are we not pursuing the actual crime that's on the books that we can go after them? Why are we not doing that if it's a lie?
We got somebody guilty of something here.
Yeah, exactly. And the commander explained it to me. And the commander said because it would send a message to the rest of the women to not report it. And so they want the women to actually report the actual ones that are happening. And they don't want to discourage them. I said, but even though she's lying, would it discourage the women from lying rather than the ones telling the truth? And the way they see it is it would discourage all the women from reporting it,
That's
whether it
always
be
been
true
a
or not.
bullshit excuse. That's
Hey, look,
always been a
I
bullshit
agree.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm just reporting what I was told.
It's a horrible
The actions
excuse,
of
and
a
we
few
live by
affect
that. You
many,
are
and
right,
actions of
Trey.
many affect a few.
We still
The actions.
live by that credo. Just like for example, even when a man goes to trial, all his past transgressions get opened up at trial, but the woman's is sealed, right? And sometimes I think that's relevant. Sometimes it's not, especially when it's a he said she said situation. Matter of fact, mostly when it's that. So so I'm just saying, the law has always been tainted against men, and no matter what aspect of the law you're talking about. And now women they've weaponized their grace for believing them and turned it into a weapon. And that's why they're losing the grace right now, because we know that a substantial amount of women lie about shit that destroy men. And it's a bad damn thing for the women who have real legitimate claims. It's horrible for them because there's a lot of lying ass fucking chicks out there. Excuse my language. Man,
Well,
it really is.
our pain. There's something I think we routinely miss, and
The actions
in
of
every
many affect a few. The actions of a few affect many.
no, we've heard that. No, I'm not discussing that.
Yes.
I'll try to get as many men as I can to look past all this shit. And I'm going somewhere with this. Our borders are being flooded right now. There's a bunch, dude. The shit is about to hit the fan. Is my point. So a bunch of these problems that we discuss, that we have with women, that we have with flaky dudes, you're not finna have them no more. You're not. All that shit that we've been hearing about and social unrest and that shit is nigga. This time next year, meet me back here this time next year if you can on the internet. This shit is about to blow. And if you out here, can't nobody tell you shit. You can't I can't get you to keep your mouth shut. You always sneaking around subverting my word. I can never have the last word. I can't survive with you. The people I am responsible for, other than you, cannot survive with you. The group that has been made because the shit has hit the fan and we got to depend upon each other cannot depend upon crazy heifers that think like you. Here's a gun. Here's some bullets. Here's some sandwiches. Here's a puppy. Get the fuck on. That's what's going to start happening to these sisters because ain't nobody going to be fucking with them. This is what I'm talking about. And everybody this is a 1988 conversation. If you do not look at the waterfall, Gentlemen, we are on our way over a waterfall. We're not congratulations, intelligent, successful, articulate, can protect himself and others, respected by other men, black man. You good. You gonna be good. If you have the ability to keep people safe around you and leave some bodies laying around you if necessary, find other brothers like you and you gonna be good. What you not gonna have to worry about is none of this shit we talking about right now, which is why I don't get it. There is no war to be won between the genders. There is that gender war. There's no way a man can lose it. There's no way. How do we lose?
A lot of them are getting drugged. I can't lie.
Let me get this super chat. My man Big Ant, $10 says, I asked a 2-year-old if Trigger Mike can shoot, and he started laughing and said, "Goo goo gaga," aka no. Listen, man, I'm gonna be in Dallas, man. My Hello Handgun class is in Dallas on November 12th. All right, for all of you that want to come out, I'm gonna be dropping a link next week so you can sign up. Big Ant, you are welcome to come through because we gonna have a shootout.
I will say this: Trigger Mike can shoot. He just can't shoot better than me.
Your ass can come on. You can come out too. You can come out too, Diesel.
Okay. Are y'all just targets or are you range like a course?
So I do competition shooting, but I do that outdoor. Well, in fact, we do it indoors twice a week.
That's what's up, bro.
We'll have USPSA targets set up. So yeah, we do moving and shooting.
Revolver or automatic?
We do 3 gun. Or
no. So I'm in the carry optics division, and I just purchased some guns to do limited optics.
Right.
So carry optics is so I shoot a Sig X5.
Okay.
In that one, you just got to take off the mag well.
Yeah.
And then limited optics is a new division for 2011s like Staccatos, Masterpiece Arms, DS9, Infinities. So all those 2011, 1911 lovers, double stack 1911 lovers. Yeah, so we getting
wait
in
a minute,
on
wait a
that.
minute. That's me. Double stack 1911. What gun? What?
So Staccato, those it's a big craze right now. Where is mine?
The Staccato. I'm gonna look it up.
Oh yeah, I don't show it, but yeah, man.
They were saying in the chat, like someone was asking who was gonna win.
Which one you got, Mike?
Which one? I got a P.
Got a P. Yeah, I got.
So I just sold one. I got a ported one. This one doesn't qualify though, because I ported it.
Yeah, you can't port it.
So I'm doing Masterpiece Arms DS9 hybrid.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
nice. I do Deep River customs. But
okay, ladies, do you hear this? Dear ladies who are watching the show, dear ladies who are going to watch this later, do you hear this mumbo jumbo, this crazy man speak these two brothers are speaking in? If your man can't speak it because he just took the Eagles to the Super Bowl in Madden for the 8th time, you're in danger.
Abort. Listen, hold on. But me and Mike are in the guns heavy. Like this, not like
exactly, Diesel. So when the shit hits the fan,
it's not even.
It's not even. You can't compare that, bro. Like
why not?
You can't because
our not ready.
Hold on, listen.
Diesel, I'm not into guns like that either, and I understand.
Uncle, listen. Me and Mike are building our own guns from scratch. Like this is not a novice.
A typical, yeah.
Mike is so into guns that as I'm talking, I'm fitting my new TLR1 light on my.
Is that an HL? Is that an HL?
As I'm talking, the HL.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
And you already knew it. You already knew it. Yeah.
Come on, man.
Don't piss me off, gentlemen.
Diesel, you already knew what time it was by holding them apart.
Don't piss me off by making my point. This is
but you don't have to have the extent of knowledge that we have to be able to defend yourself. Is all I'm saying.
That's not the point I'm making, Brother Diesel.
Okay.
Here's the point I'm making: is that the people who can find the energy to focus on niggas who ain't focused on shit, oftentimes the females of those groups is who we find ourselves obsessing over, to include the lawyers of that group, to include the accountants of that group. When you get outside of that group, and stay in the upper echelon of females we are discussing, those who are happy to tell you that they are smarter than you and they make more money than you, and they bring up their degrees when you're not talking about Freemasons, weather, or deodorant. These women, all of them are going to be on the same boat that goes to hell when the shit hits the fan. No man that can. Diesel, are you married, brother?
No.
Okay, the shit has hit the fan. You can definitely take care of yourself. You with a group of brothers that can take care of themselves.
That doesn't mean I ain't gonna be the first one taken out, though.
No, it does not. I'm gonna give you 10 years. How about that?
Diesel, come on, bro. You know you stand a better chance than most men.
Brother. Look
Come
here.
on.
Look here.
You know what?
Diesel wants it custom. I tried to give it to him off the rack. He wants it custom made. That's okay. I'm gonna give you 10 years.
Diesel,
I know too. I know, bro. This is the bro. You
Diesel,
better get behind Diesel when the shit starts.
Yeah, exactly.
This nigga know what he know.
Diesel,
Okay, anyway.
with your
Uncle Jeff, I think pork chops and biscuits going to take out more black men than this mafia.
That's
true. That
I
is
can't
a
argue.
fact, bro.
I'm not here to argue that. I'm
They
not here to
can't beat
argue
the
that.
refrigerator. How you expecting to fight an enemy outside?
I'm not here to argue that.
Hey, that's what I say all the time. I'm not arguing with a
can't
man
beat
where
Newport.
if a flight of steps can kill you. I'm not
here
having
to
a
argue that.
conversation with you.
I'm not here to argue any of that. I'm here to argue this: that dudes who have some investment in the future, the ability to grow, the ability to calculate, the ability to run to turn the power back on when the street lights go out. Those men who can sow into whatever the fuck happens after this do not have to put up with shitty broads. Shitty broads are going to show up shitty and be ushered out of the tight group of what's left, because you will have no choice but to be tight. That other shit's not going to work. It's not. When I tell you that the perimeter is only secure 300 yards, but that old mall is 500 yards out, and I said, don't go out there. You know who gonna go out there? The ones who ain't supposed to come back, nigga.
I got slight pushback. There's gonna be some simps and drooling, undisciplined dick dusties that's gonna blow that whole ship up.
Where?
No, because here's the thing: they're gonna look just like you.
No. Where are they going to be?
Jeff, I'm telling you, you're gonna have 18 people on your platoon. They're gonna be like, "Yeah, we're ready."
Yeah.
But one of them, Mr. Jenkins in the back. Ooh,
yeah.
Look at that booty.
Not Mr. Jenkins.
Hold on.
Next thing you know, he gonna sneak at 3 a.m, go chase some sour booty, and get every one of y'all killed.
Scenario.
He's gonna do it.
And he's gonna kill us all. And guess what?
He's gonna get y'all killed.
Yes. And guess what? We were supposed to die because we will represent the strong brought down by the weak. There will be plenty of that until the core is bulletproof. And that bulletproof core will have no shitty broads in it. I don't care how you cut it. You cannot make room in the future for shitty broads. Take another stab.
The simps, the raw dog Ronnies, and the soldiers are all
gone already. They're gone already. They're gone already. They're
sour
gone
piece
already.
of booty.
They're
one
gone.
sour vagina is going to take the whole platoon down.
Okay, 3 words. I'll say them again. Maybe you didn't hear me. They're gone already. I'm trying to tell you, the precious few ain't gonna be no punks in it, bruh. Ain't gonna be no, bruh. If you are not accurate with a weapon, you better be listening to somebody who is. Where is he? He's over there. You better be listening to somebody who is. If you don't know how to grow food, you better be listening to somebody who do. This shit is real now. And when it gets super real, when we agree because you can't turn on CNN, and motherfuckers is taking it in the face right in front of your house, you'll understand that any man who can protect other people and knows people who can protect other people will not have the time, inclination, and now the excuse for dealing with that hyper hyena bullshit. Take it out there in the street.
Yeah, I think
you're gonna be under. Period.
I think that when we're talking about like an apocalypse, like after, I think about after the war, right? Or if anyone's a fan, I'm a fan of The Walking Dead. It teaches you about strength versus weakness. And I think after the fall of civilization, if there is such a thing due to war or any kind of unforeseen event, the weak are always going to be the first to fall because they're not going to know what to do. They don't know how to follow. They think they can do whatever they want. And without that discipline and or structure to survive, even by biological necessarily means, you know, there's strength in numbers. Those like all of the old biological, sociological rules will be thrown out the window, and only the base will remain, right? Only the base factors will remain. Can you follow orders and instructions in order to live and eat the next damn day? All of the foolishness of 6-figure, 6-pack, gotta have a job, gotta have a nice car, all that is gone. I mean,
he has to have a job. You got to have a job.
You have to have function.
Anyway.
More function than anything else. The more things you can do with your hands and your mind will become valuable. The clothes you wear, who you hang out with, all that ain't gonna matter for anything. It is about how useful you are to society after the war is done, after the apocalypse. Only the strongest of us will make it.
Man, they just need to go ahead and send the asteroid. Like, we just need to go ahead and get that out the way.
I'm telling you,
I'm embarrassed. Hey, let me tell you,
telling y'all,
start all over.
The war gonna last 15 minutes, and single mom's gonna be on top. I'm telling you. They already ready for it.
Your cape is flapping in the wind right now.
They will be the first to fall.
Hold on, that's why this is gonna be bad. Like we always talk about. I mean, let's not even talk about it like it's something that's not gonna happen because historically we're due for war. Historically, we're in the time where it's like always happen. What, every 20 years we're in some kind of conflict, so we're due for war. And the one thing I can't keep thinking is like war depletes anybody ever read The Art of War? They were saying it depletes, it leaves the people destitute. We see that increasing gas prices and all of that. So when they take away entitlements, like it's gonna hit their pockets first. So we're saying single mom's gonna be on top. Hell no.
Yeah,
hell
ready.
No.
They ain't gonna be on top, Dustin, because they ain't no government to rely on.
There's not gonna be a government, man. Like they're about to fight digital, not even just. They're about to fight a war on all fronts, not just a physical war. They're about to fight a digital war. They're about to fight a resource war. Shit.
I think Dusto is trying to say they're gonna be on top of him, but I don't know if they're gonna be on top.
Yep.
I think that's the only thing he talk about right there.
So Trigger Mike, there's gonna be a war in Nebraska, and all the men are gonna be running. Then they're gonna see all these single moms. They're gonna say one YouTube talking point. All the men gonna go over there to fight the gender war against the single moms.
Okay,
that's what's gonna happen.
Okay, Mike, I think what you're dealing with here, and you kind of touched on it, but you touched on it like we're all on the same page that the shit is about to hit the fan. I think you should do a poll in the chat. Yeah, put up a poll. How close are we? Let's everybody help me word this, Mike. Help me find out, because you and I are on the same page. The shit about to hit the fan.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe the shit is about to hit the fan in the next year?
Let me tell you how I think let me tell you how I think the shit's about to hit the fan. I got at least 5,000 rounds of each caliber I shoot.
Damn.
At least 5,000 rounds of each caliber that I shoot. And I only shoot maybe 4 or 5 different calibers. Right? So my thing about it is, and I tell everybody trying to get all these guns, y'all need to be focused on bullets.
Yep.
It's going to be easy to find a gun. When the shit hits the fan, it's gonna be easy to pick up that gun that's laying beside the one that's down on the ground.
Yep, you gotta
gotta have the bullets to shoot it.
You better put it on a rope so you can swing it around.
Yo, my man, I got a homeboy like 5 different calibers, and he has like 5,000 of every single caliber, and he only keeps them for like 5 years at a time. He gets them about
I'm talking about 223, 365 SIG is my favorite caliber. You know, so I gotta keep
that. Hey, can I ask you a question?
It is, but I gotta keep that.
Can I ask you a question? Let's hypothetically say that this apocalypse comes, right? And then the world just goes mad and goes crazy. Is it better to be alive or dead?
If you're an African, it'd be better to be alive in Africa.
I'm saying like the real shit. Like think about it. The world is going crazy.
The war is gonna be fought in the West, between the West, Europe, and Asia. Everybody
think
fucking with
there is probably
I think
some.
he's asking. I think
He,
he's
he yeah,
asking.
he said an apocalypse. In the apocalypse, if it's
In an
happening,
apocalypse,
it's best to be dead. It's best to be dead.
yes, I
Right,
think
right.
okay. It depends. It depends upon, and that's why there's no right answer. How much you happen to value your life, period. I can't put myself, unless I'm gonna kill myself, I can't put myself anywhere but in a prepare for so be it zone.
Yeah.
Prepare for so be it. And 5,000 rounds per weapon is preparing for so be it. It's not about whether he
Not
wants
per
to
weapon,
be
per
alive.
caliber. I got.
I think it's a deeper question of how. Okay, I think it's a deeper question because we live in a civilized society today. You don't have to go out and possibly kill someone for a resource today. Imagine what I think Trey is trying to get at is imagine tomorrow. That's your tomorrow. That's your next week. That's the rest. That's possibly no.
Right.
But
EBD,
it's possibly
like you wake
but
up
it's
tomorrow
possibly
and
the rest of your
some
life.
I am legend
Okay,
type shit.
if
Like,
that's my
No,
tomorrow,
y'all still missing it though, because if it's an apocalypse, if it's an end of, go ahead, Trigger.
Let me
Apocalypse
get this
means
out
like
because
catastrophic, like
no.
crazy.
To Trey's point, that's an excellent question. I would rather be dead. Let me tell you why.
Yeah, no doubt.
Thank you.
Any black man, you'd rather be dead. I had this exact discussion with my sister-in-law and my wife, where she said something to the effect of, "Ha ha ha! If shit break down, we just all gonna come to your house. Mike got all the guns." And that shit put like one of those, when your heart flutters.
I was thinking the same thing, Mike.
Do
I
not
was
come
thinking
here.
the same thing. I was like, Mike,
said,
when I throw
if
the
you
hat,
are a
Mike, that's
black
me.
man
That's
protector,
Kings Park outside.
I want to protect. So, as somebody who did the Mount Town training and all of this stuff, every woman would think about it this way: our women don't value the men already. So the second some shit break down, they're all going to want to collapse on all the upstanding men they know, the men that are able to protect something. That is going to literally, I'm a dead man walking at that point. I have the mobility by just moving me and my family around. Go where I go, do what I say. Shh, all that. Now everybody wants to come. I'm dead. I'm a dead man walking. Y'all slow down my operation.
I want to go one step further than that, though. I want to go one step further than that, though.
Y'all better than me.
yeah.
Let me just say this.
Hold
Let
on.
me say this real quick. I ain't say nothing in a minute. Y'all better than me, okay? Because as soon as American football, as we know it, is no more, I'm gonna jump off a fucking building anyway. Ain't nothing to live for. I don't give a goddamn.
Which is Jersey.
Anyway, so after that was
Fuck
said, if we're talking about an apocalypse, we're not just talking about people stealing your stuff, and then you're actually talking about natural disasters and stuff that's going to happen that you can't fight against. So I don't care how many weapons you have. Forgive me for I'm not that thorough with guns. What calibers? How many rounds you got? It's not going to do you any good anyway in the apocalypse. If it's a
You have no idea what you're talking about. You have no idea.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I can be educated.
Because what bullets do, they don't only protect you, but they will buy you things because people don't have it.
No.
You have no idea.
So Diesel, I'm not okay. Correct. I'm thinking about a true apocalypse when there's like a world coming to an end situation.
Right. I'm
We're talking about after the apocalypse. We're talking about after you survive. If you survive that.
Okay, wait. Let him explain what.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the biblical version of apocalypse.
Well, let's deal with his.
Let me define it.
Yours
this way.
isn't.
It's an event involving destruction or damage on an awesome or catastrophic scale. I'm not talking about like the end of the world, because if it's the end of the world, nobody.
Okay. So right. I bag off then. Okay, I thought you meant like okay, but
John, the Baptist, why do we always have to walk you through these talking points, man?
No. Diesel. When he said apocalypse, I'm thinking
if you mention something in the Bible, just be prepared. John gonna jump up your.
God!
Yeah, you know
Jesus Christ.
We gonna run to John. John, we need a prayer. We need a prayer.
I dare you. I should have known better.
I dare you to recite a verse out of place. John will jump on your head.
Oh hell!
All right.
But to a deeper question though. But to a real question though. You would have to kind of. I mean, and no one thinks about this, before they go to sleep at night. I'm sure. But it is an interesting question that Trey asked, because deep down somewhere would you value your life and the lives of your family enough to have to wake up each morning, go outside, risk your own life in order to garner resources just for your family to live through that day? Could you possibly imagine yourself taking your firearm or whatever it is you've got and killing people that never did anything to you? You don't know, but they got something and you got to have it, or it's you or them. That's kind of what I'm thinking about.
EBD. Hold on. EBD.
Hey, EBD.
Hold on. Let me get him. You got a daughter, don't you?
Sure do.
You're going to be the first one shooting.
Goddamn right.
No, I understand. No. I don't argue that at all. But the deeper question that you have to pose yourself, would you rather just die and be dead and have it be over with, or do you value your life and your family's life so much that you're willing to actually do it?
What the fuck is that?
That was John.
What the fuck is that?
John, what is that?
We're being invaded. We're being invaded.
Yeah, I didn't know the war started already. Damn.
We're being invaded.
And the apocalypse begins.
That was a minigun.
Starting with his mic.
Okay.
That sound, hey Mike, that kind of sound like a C-Wiz, didn't it?
I'm about to drop.
What were you saying, Uncle Jeff?
I'll be back to troll y'all another day.
All right.
I was saying, let's back up. Let's back up a little bit.
Okay.
First off, everybody in here, we black. You have no friends. You have to start there.
Okay.
Okay. Which means that when this official shit hits the fan, you are foolish if you are by yourself as a family. The strength should be in the 9 other men that's kind of close to y'all, that y'all gonna move as a particular unit in a particular direction. If I got weapons and I'm talking about cats of specific knowledge that know what they doing. If you got to go, you got to go. But if you have to stay and defend, then the territory should be pulled in as tight as possible. The cats as close to you as possible. Not the cats you closest to, not the cats you're emotionally closest to, the cats you are geographically closest to. And then those spines jump off of the niggas you good with that's on your mind frame in other areas.
Right.
And in that web, you don't have to go out every day and kill people for food.
Yeah.
Because we've already prepared for the fact that there's 36 of us. So we need this many pounds of beans. We need this many pounds of rice.
So it's community then. You're saying the first thing that comes back out of the ashes. Now. So out of the ashes of an apocalypse, the first thing to sprout up would probably be a sense of community, alliances, neighborhood, things like that, like geographically speaking. And then from there, talk about what we need to acquire in order to keep our community a community in that fashion.
Can I pose another question? Without the exception of maybe 1 or 2 women, why would we keep the women? What sensibility does it have to actually keep the women if we're getting ready to go through
goddamn daughter?
Well, I'd say first reproduction.
Well, that's what I said.
So it sounds to me like the discussion is about logistics.
But I'm asking,
the discussion is about logistics.
If you got 20 and 11 of them are women, do you need all 11? I'm talking about an apocalyptic event that's getting ready to happen. Do I need all 11?
Yeah, because after we get everything together, I'm about to impregnate every one of them. If they ain't my daughter or something like that, we reproducing.
Number one is reproduction.
So we're simply just keeping them for post-apocalyptic reasons.
Well, what the fuck are we fighting for?
If the world burns, someone's got to be there to rebuild it. We have to have a generation to rebuild it.
I didn't say get rid of all of them. I said keep 1 or 2.
No, Trey, this what I'm saying is we keeping the women for the same reason we keeping them for now. Ain't shit changed. The same goddamn thing.
Here's your number.
Instead of, but not the ratchets. The ratchets got to go. The ratchets are going to be the first one killed. I think the ratchets are going to be the first one killed.
That's your
just
problem.
Saying, not threatening anybody, just saying the apocalypse of what it is. Because the woman who got the mouth And the woman who don't think she got to do anything or listen to anybody, she's gonna be the first one out with the wilderness and no protection. No protection.
Now let's get a real number here. It's easier to burn down to this real number. How many women can you effectively control and that will obey you? Not get along with what you say, obey you. If you can get 10 women to obey you, nigga, all 11 of y'all come on. If you can't, whatever women you bring, when you find those 9 men, this is why it's always about the men. You find the 10 men. You get the 10 men I'm talking about. The shit hits the fan. They start moving. Guess who's going to burn off? All the women who do not obey. They're going to burn off. Fucked up shit's going to happen to them. This is the law of nature. And that's what will be left. The women you can control and the women who will obey. Period.
Can I say something here? And why this conversation really is kind of pertinent to the subject? Because in the absence of all the goodwill men provide women, this is exactly how it would be if the laws were gone. This is exactly how it would be for them if the laws were gone.
You see why I posed the question, R-Pain?
Every freedom that they have today is because of the will we provide as men. Period. You know,
and they spat in our face. They spat in our face.
That's why this is a pertinent conversation. You know, and it's fun, but it's true.
I think one of the duties that we have, and this is the worst part about it, I think a lot of women has twisted our efforts. They twist our efforts up to call us controlling. They twist our efforts up to call us bullying. But as leaders in the community, as men who practice any kind of foresight, if I'm going to lead you, I need to know better than you. And what we're actually saying is I do know better than you. And when they start repealing these laws, and when Social Security runs out, and when you don't have a way to take care of yourself, y'all are fucked. Y'all practice being defiant. So it's not even like the men that you curved all your life are even going to accept you back to take care of you. Most of these women, they don't even understand what's coming. Remember, I said that for every action is an equal but opposite reaction. That's not only true in physics, that is true in the laws of human interaction. Sons and daughters don't even want to take care of their mom now because they're starting to come to terms with, you weren't really a good woman. You isolated me from my father my whole life. I don't want to dedicate my life to taking care of you.
Yep.
That's a natural consequence of their badass behavior.
Hey, Jeff, I had a question for you from earlier, Jeff. I had a question for you. When you talking about, and I totally agree with you, but I just wanted to pose a question, Connor, or actually maybe make a statement about it. When you was talking about our main problem is women, well, the good ones won't separate themselves from the machismos, right? And my thing is that how can we get them? How can we get them to do that? Yeah, the machismos. How can we get them to do that when they would definitely, like, they would most certainly have to alienate everybody that they know? They would have to alienate. They would have to separate themselves from their coworkers, from their sisters, from their aunts, from their moms, and that's why it's hard. How you gonna do that?
Well, it's a two-step process. It's a two-step process. Right here, right now, with these shows that they watch in the cut, that they pretend they don't watch, that they ignore, is step one. We are telling you what the problem is, and last night we didn't get together and agree all over from different parts of the goddamn country on the same thing. That's step one. Step two, the universe is going to take care of, bruh. If you don't, because see, what women don't understand is that they look at us through a sniper scope. We throw grenades at them. Women will look at a pack of men and look at that man. Us, we throw this grenade at them hoes over there. We don't look like that. So if you don't want to separate yourself when we throw the uncoachable grenade, when we throw the argumentative grenade, when we throw the sniping grenade, the conniving ass grenade, because we're going to throw them grenades at groups of women. That group over there, them heifers just keep mess going. Well, Tracy, your best friend, and you ain't never cut her. So guess what? You got hit with some of that shrapnel. You too. This thing that is coming is going to force the women that are in line to stand up and be in line away from these gutter snipes you're talking about. And that's why I don't invest much into argument about what they don't do and how they don't act. Because, bruh, this shit that's going down, your auntie's playbook is over. Your auntie come from the fucking layups in Chuck Taylor's basketball. That's not what we playing now. That game is over. Keep playing it. You're going to be over there.
I think that.
Go
ahead, Trey. Go ahead.
Let me just say this real quick. I think one thing that women.
The super chats real quick, y'all, and then we're going to start it back up. Big Ant, my man, $10 says, I just started building a 308 using Proof Research carbon fiber barrel. He going for that light setup. You know what? 18 might be good. I'm laying off those all lightweight setups because I run and gun, like, I do a lot of CQB. So once they get hot, they start to become inaccurate. But if it's for distance, it might. Let me know some of the ballistic readings you get on that. That might be interesting research.
18-inch 308.
Get my brother in.
Yeah.
Man,
everybody's doing those super lightweight.
Means.
Right.
Everybody doing those super lightweight builds. So if you shoot them, as
but
they get
you don't
more
need
hot,
a super lightweight with a 308. That's not what a 308 is used for.
Yeah, well,
That's
maybe it's just the barrel.
Right.
I'm trying to see if it's ballistically better or something different with that. I'm gonna look into that.
Here's what I offer just from a hot rod standpoint. When you build a hot rod, you have to ask yourself what you're building it to do. And if you want different things, you need different hot rods. You can't just mix.
Well, you just unlock
but a 308 has specific uses. Right. There's no hot rodding a 308.
Okay.
Well, now
here's my point. Weren't you just arguing the new round of the U.S. military? Weren't you just arguing the merit of the heat of the weapon? Did I miss that? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then, if you need a weapon because you're going to be running a bunch of rounds through it as in an assault, then perhaps an assault weapon should have metal that'll withstand heat.
Well, that's why I have so many weapons. One for every.
Thank you.
One for every
I
scenario.
almost think that's the point I was making.
My CQB rifle is a 12.5. I got a 13.9 for mixed use. I got a 16 here for 3-gun and long distance, 500 yards out.
Yes.
I sold my 308, but that was for 1,000 meters.
Making.
Yeah, that's really the point. Don't pick up this hobby if you're not ready to start going gun crazy.
Yeah, a single 308's no good when you've got so many 304s.
That was a good one.
Nice.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. With this thing that you got on, you look like R. Kelly, bro. If this is R. Kelly from jail, if this is R. Kelly from jail with an English accent, bro, you're gonna get us in trouble. All right, Big Ed, $10. Trigger Mike, you remember when we talked about an EMP blast, not a burst over a major city like Houston and make it out? Ooh, it can happen. Houston has the weakest grid on Earth. Yes. I believe when it was assessed after Hurricane Harvey, they was like, no grid. Is this old? Is this
right?
State of Texas during 2021. Remember?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You're in Houston. Yeah. So I'm in San Antonio. Mike is in Houston. During the 2021 thing, I was here in this house, right? So power went out. And the problem was we have a national grid, but we're not hooked up to that grid. We're independent of that, which is why we never got our power back on from our neighboring states, because we're on an independent grid. So, everyone was pissed off at the governor and the senators who took off to Mexico and were late. And then their daughters flew out somewhere else and didn't have to deal with any of this. But several people died. They froze to death because Texas is not a state that is used to cold like that, getting cold snaps.
My neighbor had to borrow another neighbor's truck to go get his mom through the snow. So he had to stop and then trek on foot and then carry her back on foot to bring her back into this neighborhood. He said when we found her, because they took power, the only places that had power were like downtown Houston. So they would take it in cycles, but they didn't give it back. So that's when I knew there was our grid is screwed up.
Okay.
Because you give the affluent neighborhoods, I felt like they would take power from the hood. No, nobody had power. I was like, oh yeah,
well,
you're not gonna pay. Yeah, go ahead.
My dad had power. He lives in Midtown.
Here's my
Only
issue
downtown.
Like walkable, yeah.
This what I
want
to know. Are y'all saving the black women for post-apocalyptic reproduction? That's what I want to know.
No.
Or are y'all gonna grab the women that you truly desire? That's what I want to know.
No,
desire over. Wait a minute. So the question is about.
Wait, hold on.
Let
me read the last super chat, then I'm gonna answer that. Trigger Mike, have you ever considered doing a show on getting prepared for something, starting off with a simple bug out bag? Ooh,
I've done it on my show.
The apocalypse show.
What do you mean bug out bag? What do you mean?
Good show.
Well,
because even that show.
Bug out
hold on.
bag.
So basically, just like we were talking about, an EMP blast. Because look, hold on. This shit is already happening, y'all. Somebody took out MGM Grand's.
Yes,
they're going through a cyber attack.
No,
So-
it was more than MGM Grand. It was another casino that didn't pay. MGM Grand paid.
Oh, they paid the hackers?
There was 2 casinos.
Oh,
that
so what
were
is
These
it?
hackers are like
So-
Russians.
3.5 million. They paid.
This was
3.5 million.
so this is ransomware then.
You said billion?
Million. They paid
Million.
3.5 million.
Woo!
I don't think you can move billion by cyber. You have to move that by cash.
Yeah. God damn. So this shit is already happening.
That's exactly
if
backwards.
they find a way to take out our grid, that goes into Trey's question. Who are you picking? Who are you actually going to protect? Because that's what's going to happen. All the women are going to come flooding back into the community like, help me.
They're
And
Mike,
going
they
to
already
be
know how to
simple.
take out our grid. The only
It's-
reason
it's-
why our grid, there's a reason why. I don't know why the reason why, but they already know how to take out the grid. They just haven't done it.
Okay.
I think- Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sure. Let's just say it's all planned. Planned, unplanned, it doesn't matter. We all agree that it's going to happen. It doesn't matter. Okay. The one thing I was going to say first was the problem with Mike's story about his friend going to get his mom is that in the future, that story will end tragically because you're going to already have to have your people close. And anybody that ain't close, God bless them.
Yep.
When these women come, this part is going to be the easy part. If I got to tell you and you got a problem with, welcome to Trigger Mike, Diesel, Uncle Jeff, EBD, all the rest of these nigga town. Ladies, they're standing outside the front. Here's what you will be allowed to bring in. 1 pair of dress shoes, 1 pair of sneakers, and 1 pair of utility boots. Sparse attire, no makeup. Toothbrush. You will line up according to what it is you know. Cook, logistics. This is how you gonna line up and come in here. Right there, 30% of them. Oh, this nigga ain't got to worry about them. Step right over there. Once this shit starts to get down to like that, bruh, these heifers ain't gonna be able to fake it. They ain't gonna be able to fake it, and if they got it, they gonna have to drop it. If they got it, they gonna have to drop their bullshit to live. That's how it's gonna go down.
Let me speak on this real quick from Zero Tolerance. We seen black men's idea of protection during Hurricane Katrina. I'll take my chances with Brad. Let me tell you something you might not know about Hurricane Katrina. It's actually, I don't know if they probably won't be able to do this shit. They're definitely not going to be able to do it in Texas. But during Hurricane Katrina, it is well documented that the National Guard went around and they were ordered to go into hoods and take their guns. Just black neighborhood after black neighborhood. They were ordered to take the guns of the civilians. So you taking your chances with Brad, there is no chance for you with Brad. I'm sorry. That's really the gist of it. Now, fast forward to 2023. Right now, from what the ATF can count, there are 4 times as many guns as there are people. So you're not taking guns from
and
nowhere.
that's not even nowhere near. That's not even nowhere near the number of guns that are
count.
out there.
Exactly.
And she's assuming that Brad cares or enough to protect her.
Thank you, EBD. Yep,
that's a big assumption. What the hell were you talking? The fact that you even know his own problems. Why the hell is he looking at you like come with us? Nah.
Let me let you guys conceive. Let me let you guys conceive what ATF actually knows and what they don't know. Right. So here in North Carolina, right, if you have a concealed carry permit, you don't have to submit to the ATF background.
Oh yeah, that
You
Texas.
just do you just do the ATF paperwork, and they keep everything in house. They don't have to submit your background to the ATF, so they don't know about that. Within the last 2 years, I've probably purchased 30-something guns. That's just one person, right? With a concealed carry permit that does not have to submit to that background. They have no idea how many guns are out there. They just don't know. Then you have the 80% builds that don't even take a serial number that people are building. Like they have no clue how many guns are out there, Mike.
No.
I mean, it's just
They have
astronomical.
no clue.
Yeah.
Listen. Texas has got it so so done the way that they can't even. So think about it this way: a 18-year-old cannot walk into a gun store and buy a gun, but they can call you for a private sale and buy a gun from you as a private person. So all these little YouTube dudes you see with their Glocks and like, well, how the hell they get that? In Texas, they can't sell it to you out of Bass Pro Shop.
Purchase. They call it a straw
exactly.
purchase.
But you could call the dude after work and be like, hey, you got a Glock you want to sell for sale, or you got anything old, and buy it from him. You know what I mean? They have no idea. You're right. How many guns are out here, man? And if you show up to my door, I lost all them shits in a boating accident anyway. So when the shit actually hits the fan, though, I mean, to me, it's very scary because the only reason I'm gonna want to be alive is to protect my children.
Right.
But it's going to be so many people out here in need of help. That's why I said when you said, do you really want to start popping innocent civilians? I might not have a choice. They're not going to be so innocent once shit hits the fan.
And see, that's the problem. That's the problem that I say. People tell me all the time when shit hits the fan, they're going to come to my house. If you come to my house, I'm going to shoot you. Don't come to my house.
There's going to be pile of people you recognize.
There are only a certain amount of people that I will allow to come to my house that know what I have here. They know how to use it. And that's all I'm allowing to come to my house. They think because I got a bunch of guns and they know I have hundreds and hundreds of guns, they can just come here and I'm be handing them out like can't. No.
Yo, I can arm my whole neighborhood. I'm proud of that.
Right. Me too. That's what I'm saying.
You protect this house? Like,
right. Right. And they think they're going to come here. No, I will shoot your ass. If we're just friends, you best believe you're going to get shot.
So we got
if you ain't on that list, you getting shot.
So like, Mike, what you gonna do? I'm gonna be Overwatch.
And all the people on the list already know they on the list.
They already know. They already know.
What were you saying, Blueface? I mean, pre.
So we've got two extremes here. We've got Diesel that says he's going to be alone in his house with his guns.
I didn't say that.
That's what it sounded like. That's what it sounded like. And Uncle Jeff, you're talking about communities where you're going to determine which type of women are allowed to join. The question that I've got is, how do you choose which type of men? What is it you're looking for in terms of men? How are you going to determine whether they are going to be able to help to develop society further for the future, or they're actually not?
Number one, we have to start here that these will be predominantly, and I'll just describe my core. My core is 100% black men. They are all black men with families. They are all black men who are educated in some either logistic or electronic or military or agricultural trade. They are all willing and open to learn from one another. They are all in control, or at least what I would at the lowest point put semi-control of their family situations, as in the children that they are dealing with are ruly and the unruly children they don't fuck with. They are all aware that we are stronger together in our voted on decisions than we are separate. And upon those tenets, they all agree upon a higher power, and they all can be reasoned with.
We also all honor and respect leadership when we know that when we see it. So everybody that Uncle Jeff was just talking about will have a purpose. We'll assign ourselves duty, and we will respect the hierarchy and act accordingly. We don't do this. You ain't gonna tell me nothing. This kind of attitude. When it gets real, and we're talking about 2023 right now in civilization, we know how to follow orders better than anyone else, because we know that we have to work twice or 3 times as hard to make it in modern day society. So talk about the apocalypse. You'll know how fast we can really run. You'll know how high we can really jump. You'll know all the skills that we've had up until now actually apply into the post-apocalyptic world too. So all of this, all of the rap that's going to go away by the wayside, we're not listening to that anymore. All the trash and ratchetness of what you may see in the media that represents the redheaded and this and that, that's going to go by the wayside too. Because first of all, we never acquiesce to that anyway, number one. And number two, when it comes to function and purpose in the context of survival, we being here in this country for as long as we've been in this country, one thing we know how to do is survive some shit.
Can I answer that question?
This all sounds good, real good, you know. But if y'all watch any of these dystopian movies like Utopia and shit like that, all this shit goes to the wayside like a month. I'm telling you, it sounds good. I mean, there's a show on Prime called Utopia, bro, the British one and the newest one.
Yeah.
And that shit is funky as hell, man. When the shit hits the fan, all this shit we're talking about, it's all bets are off everywhere, men, women, and children.
Okay,
There's
hold
the
on.
strongest asshole out there. And when the new law is set up, it's going to be draconian as fuck. We're talking about killing people. We're talking about all kinds of stuff, the sacrifice. So this all sounds good now. But let me tell you, man, when the grid goes down and we're living off the grid, man, it's every man for himself. Period. And then
I would say that, but look what we survived already.
Those men will die. Every man for himself. Those men will die. Now, hold on.
When you said a lot,
it was Brother Diesel's turn, actually.
So let me finish. It'll be all men. The new societies will be created by the most brutal people, right? And they're going to be in charge.
Not true.
Because it's going to be strength.
Hold on.
It's not going to be this committee shit.
Hold on, Brother Payne. Hold on. Number one, I thought we were asking PRE's question. We were answering his question.
God.
I answered it.
Okay.
Then EBD took a stab at it. It was Diesel's turn. You jumped in front of him.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry, Diesel.
No, you're good, bro.
It's your turn. Okay.
What do
I gave you my turn there, Jeff. That's my turn. I'm sorry. Let me shut my mic down.
The question is, we picked what we believe the women will look like that we are allowing. What are the qualifications of the men in your circle when the shit hits the fan, Brother Diesel?
So I've already made those qualifications, right? We go to the range. They've already been shown and taught how to do things, how to use things. And the women in their life are automatically, allowed to come. Now we're talking about right after everything happens. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about years down the road and we're trying to create another community and all that stuff. That stuff can be hashed out later on. But when the shit hits the fan and you're coming to get to a safe place, bunker down and survive, I know who's coming. Right? I know who's allowed and I know who can come. Everybody knows that where I have my stuff, that has the most resources for survival. You know what I'm saying? I have my bug out bag. What's that?
Hey, look, be careful with that though. Because who's coming? You talking about all family, right? Or you just talking about these men?
No, that's
all right. Well, listen, hold on. Listen what I'm saying. Hear me out real quick.
Hell no.
When he's talking about, when he's talking about vetting the men, I think he's talking about vetting the men on a deeper level. Because who's to say when shit hit the fan, they won't shoot you in the head and take your shit? Because they know you the dude that got the whole goddamn armory over there. I'm just saying. I think when he said vet the men, I think he meant on a deeper level of vet.
That's what I said. I've already been around these guys, right? These guys I've been around for years. These ain't nobody that I just met. These cats, like, we've been to the range for years, right? They know how to shoot majority of my guns, because when I get a new gun, we take it out to the range to make sure it functions right, right? So they know how to shoot my guns. They know how to do all that, right? So it's not just somebody I just met on a whim.
And without a gypsy woman, there's no way around that. I mean,
that's true.
You
Let me get these
presenting a
super chats,
problem with
y'all,
no
because I gotta
solution.
bounce. Let me get the super chats because I gotta bounce. Hey, no doubt the tomorrow show is gonna be called the Apocalypse Show.
Nice.
So I'm bringing my gun belt in here. I'm gonna show y'all my whole rig minus the gun, of course. In fact, this is you can actually, I don't know, I'm not sure if you can live stream it. It has to be recorded. But
Can you
every
send guns across states, Mike?
yes, you just pick it up from your FFL. So I'll send it. Yeah, I do special orders all the time, several times a day. All right. So yeah, I think there's a new Canic coming out. That's why I just got some in my email.
Yes,
They're
there
supposed
is.
to be, I'm like, I'm about to try to check this out because I'm my Lipsy's rep keeps emailing me. That means something dropped. He did
Oh,
that
yeah.
for the Echelon. That was the last time I got this many emails. So I'm like,
Yes.
something just dropped. So I'm probably gonna get a bunch of orders this evening for that. But no, tomorrow's gonna be the Apocalypse Show. So one is gonna be a real deal show. What are you going to do? Who are you gonna allow? And I want you to put yourself in the headspace of what is actually gonna happen. Then what we're gonna actually go over is that I never did a show, but it was actually one of the first topics I wanted to do when I started the show. I have a theory that there. Oh, Sherry, I'm sorry. You came up a little while ago. We didn't let you talk. Is there anything you wanted to say?
I just have
Hey,
a
before she
question.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My question is, okay, we got bullets and we got all of this, but what is in your control when the apocalypse go down? Because people are not going to be able to eat bullets. And just in the
Yes, I will.
natural order of things, the
The
man
way
that
I serve them.
control resources
Yeah.
like acreage,
if you're in
because
Target, you'll eat bullets.
I don't see how this is going to go down if you're in the
Can I
city.
answer this question?
So
Yeah.
let me go first.
Okay.
So we are not out here talking about rounds and bullets and guns to necessarily wage war because we aren't doing that as civilized persons. I'm a former veteran. Diesel's a chief of police. We're not out here to wage war. We understand that where things are scarce, people will go from asking to taking. And those resources and that acreage that you are talking about now needs to be protected.
How about it?
So
bullets create a barrier. Bullets create a barrier.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the thing bullets have very, very many uses, right? Bullets can put food on your table that you don't have to steal from nobody else. There's natural resources out there you can go kill with a bullet, right? Bullets create an invisible fence that people will see with those bullets, right? Bullets create money that when people don't have the bullets to go out and get their own food, they will barter and bring things to you that you can use so they can take those bullets and get food for themselves. So bullets, they just create so many other avenues that you can use to help with creating this atmosphere of having a safe environment, or not a safe environment, because we all know that during apocalypse time it's not going to be safe, but it's just going to make it a lot easier on your life having those bullets.
You've also seen that ammunition also creates a currency.
Yes, that's
Right.
what I was going, Brother Diesel. How much per round is, say, a 308?
Right now, you're talking about a dollar and like 30 something cent. Probably
okay,
now.
That'll be
Sister
$1 over
Sherry,
$1.
Look at it this way. With $1 in place, with everything in place, that bullet is worth slightly over $1. The further you get away from the shit hitting the fan, the more zeros you can put behind that one. Look at them as right now, it's $1. Couple months, it could be worth $10. Couple more months, 100. And it's basically a bill. It's like $100 bill.
Do you know how? Okay, so let me tell you this. Before the sickness, I don't know if we can still say it or not, COVID, whatever, right? The 9mm round, 9mm round you could get for like what, 13 cents a pop.
Right.
Today, well, right after it was almost $2.50 a round. today, right, you're still looking at 65 to 75 cents a round.
Mm-hmm.
It still hasn't. I mean, like when things get scarce, ammunition goes up.
So do you want to know the funny thing about this is another thing, Sherry? So my wife didn't believe this until the pandemic. All right, but the reason why I buy so many guns, do you know the only thing that goes up in value once pandemics and stuff like hit?
Liquor and
Guns go up in value. Every single retail gun that people were buying, the wholesaler took the price up, so I had to take my prices up. Right?
Yep.
I sold. Hold up. I sold a Smith & Wesson M&P 2.0 compact for $1,000 at the height of the pandemic. Compact.
Those are $350 guns.
No. I'm talking about
gentlemen, if I may, I'd like to add one other thing in here. We're talking about firearms and firepower, but two things. One, firearms tend to break down. They require maintenance. Sometimes they break beyond repair. What's your backup in the event that you run out of ammunition or you run out of a means to employ those weapons? All right. Now, this is where I come in. Something I've been waiting for you Marines to mention, your abilities to fight hand-to-hand combat. So once the firepower goes away, guess what? Martial arts takes center stage. The ability to fight with your hands, with your feet, knees, elbows, with a staff, with a makeshift stick or pairs of sticks, and
with a
so
bong,
forth.
with a spray bottle, with an ink pen.
Exactly. Knowing what parts of the body to attack.
I'm sorry, but I got enough ammunition to take me until I die. So I ain't really worried.
But again, sir, in the event that if you're a focused fire straight ahead, even your peripherals, you are blindsided, especially to someone who understands how to approach you unseen. I mean, I'm sorry, sir, stealth still kills. I mean, you can't be everywhere at once. Having the ability, or God forbid, you are disarmed. You're disarmed, or somebody gets to drop on you when you run out of ammunition, or when you're reaching for that secondary weapon. And the time it takes for someone to close in on you while you're reaching for that secondary weapon, or you're reaching to reload your weapon, they've already proven this at a certain range.
Yeah, but sir, I get what you're saying, but we're living in different times now than that would be then. So I'm not letting anybody get
Wait a minute.
That still applies today.
Wait a minute.
No, that's my point. That's my point. So now
are we living in a time where the military is not taught hand-to-hand combat in the case of exactly
unfortunately, as a veteran of the global war on terror, the Army came up with the Modern Army Combative System, and the MCAP or MCMAP or however the heck you want to call it, because they stopped. Now I'm talking about the Army. Now I can't speak on the Marines because you had lines prior to that. Lines, you had Marine Corps. You had the Marine Corps martial arts program. Prior to that, you had lines training. The Army had just started teaching hand-to-hand combat within the past decade due to the war on terror, and service members they're finding themselves in a situation where they couldn't employ their weapons. That's where that idiot Matt Larson and his boss came in, and they tried to force feed service members a quick version of jiu-jitsu, which is half-assed at best. Someone that is really skilled in martial arts would take apart someone that is level 4 in the Army Combatives program. I dare those guys to go and deal with these Korean instructors or these guys over in the Philippines. I'm just using those two places as an example. God forbid you go up against China.
Coach,
you're going to get your ass.
We got to go, but let me just say this to that. Well, there's no point. I don't see training any adults to be in a domestic war, sure, but it's hard to train adults, especially against countries that have been doing this since they were kids. So I heard that the Vietnamese, you can't beat them hand to hand. They'll take.
You must have heard that from a Vietnamese dude.
Yeah,
I've seen it up close. I've been in that country. I've seen it up. I've seen their fighting arts up close.
Chechen trained with hand-to-hand. I think what's the Chechen army name? Those dudes train just as much, more hand-to-hand than they do
absolutely
with guns. So Yeah, I was gonna say it's not. We are a superior firepower country. We know that. So yeah, you're right. Once we run out of bullets,
but
we
if our
fucked.
means to employ that superior firepower is taken from us, we're screwed.
You're right. You're
I'm
right.
just saying.
No, I agree with you. We're gonna talk about all this, and I saved the question for tomorrow's apocalypse show. How vital is martial arts during apocalypse? I think it's very vital. So I invite y'all to come tomorrow. I got to be out. Got to take my son to
What time
Taekwondo.
tomorrow?
What time tomorrow? What time tomorrow?
12:30 p.m. We're gonna start. Central.
What time zone are you in? Eastern or Central or
Central.
So 1:30 Eastern, 12:30 Central. All right, y'all. We
I'll
out.
try to be
Sherry,
here, bro. I'll try to
Sherry,
be
come
here.
back through because you had a good question. So I know you develop more. Come back through tomorrow.
All
Chop it
right.
up.
Enjoy your afternoon, gentlemen.
You do the same.
Take care.
All right, y'all. Go check my man Fatty out. Before you go, what is the topic for tonight's Lapeef Let's Talk show? Tonight, the topic is relationships out of survival. Ooh, that's gonna be a good one. Ooh, that's gonna
sounds
be
like
a good
fun.
one. All right.
What time does that show start?
That starts around like between 8 and 8:30 Central.
All right.
All right.
I'm back from the gym in time. I might jump in on that.
No doubt, no doubt. Yeah, just stream it from the gym. Put your earbuds in. You'll be able to hear it.
Gotcha.
All
Thanks,
right, no
gentlemen.
doubt. All right, my man Diesel. Tomorrow, the survival show. I need you, bro.
I'll try to be there, bro.
All right, got you. All right, y'all. We out. Thank y'all for coming through today. Thank you for all the super chats. Let me read this one from John the Baptist. Says the community should be based on skill, not race. That's actually going to be a question for tomorrow. Who's invited to the new community that you're going to try to build, and who should be there? Advanced Perception said men must have knowledge of survival and defense. Our entire upbringing should be around these, but oh God, we allow women into Congress. They want to make boys soft. In fact, they want to make boys gay. I said it. Okay, our entire curriculum for boys should be around defense and survival. Like I said, military service should be mandatory for boys. But that's a society I want, so y'all better hope I never get a hold of it, because I'm taking all this shit out by executive order. All right, y'all. Appreciate everything. Appreciate all the super chats. Tonight we got the big show for Lapeef Let's Talk, so I'll see you there. Catch you tomorrow for Apocalypse, the survival show. I'm going to show y'all my battle belt, what I got in my med pack, all the stuff I think you need. I'm not going to bring any guns on camera, but y'all can go on Instagram at Trigger Mike Show and see some of the guns I got. You're never going to see all of them. I'm not pulling all that shit out the safe. But yeah, go over. My man Fatty is live right now. Tell him Trigger Mike sent you. Show some love to your fellow YouTubers. He talking about a topic that I think y'all are gonna like. That's a spicy one. You wrong for that, bro. But until next time, y'all, I'm out.